We discuss the beings that may have occupied it, where they come from, and what they want with humanity. We even learn about Bob's current home laboratory experiments. He is still investigating the gravity-altering force he encountered while working on a flying saucer in the 80s. You heard me right. Bob is currently working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How did the reactor work?
Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube.
But this interview gets even crazier than that. I surprised Bob with a scientist at NASA who's doing his own experiments on anti-gravity.
What kind of voltage are you using?
Right now,
That's unbelievable.
I also had the honor of showing Bob legendary, never-before-seen footage of a UFO at Area 51. People have been trying to get their hands on this specific footage for years.
Yeah, in the beginning.
This interview spans multiple days with both Bob and filmmaker Luigi Venditelli, the maker of S4, the Bob Lazar story. Luigi has spent 4 years working closely with Bob to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at S4 in vivid, hyper-realistic detail.
We really paid attention to what Bob said throughout the entire time. So we didn't invent anything.
Without further ado, please welcome this week's American Alchemist, the man who helped reverse engineer a UFO, went public, and lived to tell the tale. The original UFO whistleblower, Bob Lazar. We're living through the biggest transformation of the financial system in 100 years, and most people are still using the same platforms their parents used. I started to investigate the financial space in 2012 because I genuinely believed that the fiat dollar system was broken, not slightly broken, structurally, fundamentally broken. It's what you might call a long con, or perhaps a Ponzi scheme. I started to believe that a transparent, decentralized alternative wasn't just possible, it was necessary. I've spent 13 years researching it, living it, talking to the most serious minds building it. Kraken is the platform I kept coming back to with my own money. So when we finally decided to bring on our first ever financial sponsor in 4 years of doing this show, we went to them. Because I've used the product and I already believe in what they're building. Every other investing platform is essentially the old system with a better app on top. Kraken is different at a foundational level. They've been operating since 2011 through every market crash. Shout out Mt. Gox. Every industry collapse. Every moment other platforms failed their users. And when everything went catastrophically wrong in this industry, the people responsible for making customers whole didn't go to the biggest names in finance. They came to Kraken. On top of that, they publicly proved, not promised, proved that every dollar you deposit is fully accounted for. Anyone in the world can verify it at any time. No fine print, no blind faith, just proof. You can buy stocks and crypto in one place, earn better rewards than any investment account you've ever had, and send money anywhere in the world without those annoying fees your bank charges you for the exact same thing. Again, I've never taken on a financial platform as a sponsor in 4 years of this show. Having full control over your money shouldn't be about belief. It's the whole point. So go to kraken.com/AA to learn more and get $25 in Bitcoin. Again, that's kraken.com/AA. Owning the power of your money isn't just a belief, it's the whole point. One of the main reasons I'm able to go multiple hours on these podcasts while staying mentally sharp is because of this little drink. It's a product I started using years ago, and it's called Ketone IQ. I know the founders, Jeff and Michael, personally, and I was thrilled when they agreed to sponsor the show because it's one of the few products I trust to give me clean, sustainable energy. I've been taking a little shot of this thing during every long recording, and it lights my brain on fire. As you can see, Bob even took a shot during this one. The reason I keep coming back to these products is because I don't really do coffee. Coffee gives me a spike of energy, and then at some point I get jittery and I crash. Ketone IQ is fundamentally different. It gives you clean, steady mental clarity with no crash and no jitters. Here's the science behind why it actually works. When you're running on glucose or sugar, as your brain is most of the time, it's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain can be like a Ferrari, but you're feeding it 87 octane fuel all the time. Ketones are what your brain actually prefers when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days in order for your body to switch from glucose to ketones. This little shot of ketone
That
IQ
piece call it a fucking day for
correctly. So your brain runs the way it's supposed to without any spikes or crashes. It was originally developed through a multi-million-dollar Department of Defense program for elite cognitive performance under stress. Bob Lazar probably could have used that at S4. So the same technology that's used by soldiers in high-demand environments is now available to anyone in the form of this little drink. So visit ketone.com/alchemy for 30% off your subscription order. Plus, receive a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/alchemy for a whole 30% off. Or find Ketone IQ at Target stores nationwide and get your first shot free.
I can't see what's going on here.
Bob Lazar, I don't even know what to say. This is a make-a-wish day for me. This is an absolute honor. I'm so grateful for you being here. I have so many questions for you because there are a lot of people who say they've seen things in the sky, or they've had ephemeral experiences, sometimes even with beings. There are very few people who have consistently held to the exact same story over the last almost 4 decades now. And it involves working on a craft and essentially reverse engineering or parallel process engineering what is a craft of non-human origin, an exotic craft. So you are really one of one, and I can't wait to dive in. And I just want to thank, before we start, Luigi Venditelli, who's the amazing creator of this movie that you are in.
Whoever designed this is a fucking asshole. Yeah, I'm gonna glue some of it, and then I'm fucking calling it done.
And what was little Bob Lazar like?
I guess he was like a little scientist. I mean, I wasn't into sports at all. Still aren't. Instead of playing with toys, I take apart clocks and things like that my parents had, and put them back together. I was just very inquisitive.
Were you a rule breaker at all?
Yeah, for the most part. I really had a problem with authority, so I really didn't matter if it was my parents or teachers, whatever, telling me what to do. I said, I just don't recognize your authority to tell me that I can't do what I'm doing. And yeah, that just seems to be part of my DNA.
Yeah, it seems to be a running theme in your life. So authority felt sort of arbitrary to you. It's like, why are you in a position to have any power?
Right. You're not even. You really don't even understand what I'm up to, and you're already trying to put the kibosh on it here. So no, go away, leave me alone.
Yeah. Did you have any interest in UFOs, aliens, anything like that as a kid?
No. I thought that was all silly.
Yeah.
No, I was always into science and science fiction. When I was a little kid, I watched, I think, like 5 and 6. I watched that Super Marionation series like Fireball XL5 and Thunderbirds, and they were all like marionette shows, but they're all space and cool and rockets, and this is all great. And, that's what. And then later on, Star Trek, science fiction, because it always looked like that it was just a prediction of the future to me. It didn't look like it was, stuff that was never going to come true. It just looked like eventually the stuff's going to happen. And for the most part, science fiction turns into science given enough time.
It becomes science fact.
Yeah.
Were there any inspirations, sci-fi wise, that you felt had like a real impact on you as far as your, what you were interested in as a kid?
You know, everybody my age, boomer, that's an engineer, doctor, scientist, whatever, they'll always point back to Star Trek and always give that a nod. That was probably the biggest thing back there in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. And so, where'd you grow up?
Well, I was born in Florida, but most of my growing up, you know, or cognizant of what was going on, it was in Long Island,
Okay.
New York.
Interesting. You ended up at Pierce, is that right? Or what was the kind of progression from?
I just moved around.
Okay.
You know, it depends where I was at the
Yeah.
time when I was in California, and, you know, on the East Coast. So
Yep.
it was just location dependent. You know, like I mentioned the other day, I moved so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was almost like a military thing.
Yeah. Was it because your dad had jobs that he was switching around, or what was
You know, I
going on?
really don't know what it was,
Mm.
but we were just always moving.
Yeah.
And,
Interesting.
And you know, always having to make new friends and whatnot. But I don't know. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
the way it was. My father always did some weird things and strange things up his sleeve. So I don't know
Really?
what's going on. Yeah, I think there was some potentially shady stuff going on in the background. So
Interesting. Okay. What did he do professionally? Just like surface level.
I know he had some connection to the mob at some point. I mean,
Okay.
he had like a food business, wholesale food business, you know, that distributed food to grocery stores, you know, all over the place. But there was, and he had big connection to race horses. I mean,
Mm.
I remember when I was a little kid of the, what do they call it, harness racing, you know, where they sit in a little sulky behind the horse, little two-wheeled contraption. You know, I remember those guys, the jockeys, riders, whatever you want to call them. But I remember, you know, playing in the living room and hearing those guys deciding who's going to win the race and things of that sort. So, I mean, I knew that there were some shady things going on.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, whenever you have racehorses and track, there's often some.
Yeah, especially
money
back
laundering.
down in the early 70s and
Yes.
stuff. It couldn't be more corrupt.
Absolutely. Interesting. Okay. And so he was involved in that, but maybe there's some other stuff kind of going on in the background.
Yeah, nothing where people are hurt or anything
Sure.
like that. You know, not mob stuff, but
Yeah.
but you know, I mean, just some questionable things.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did move around a lot, but spent most of the time either in. Well, it really depends what year, you know, I was somewhere.
And were you into nuclear science as a kid as well, or just kind of like
No,
science
just
in general?
science. I mean,
Okay.
my friends were. Had a friend whose dad was a chemistry professor, so you know, we'd go and hang out with him and bring home chemicals and play with them. But yeah, from as young as I could possibly be, it was always tinkering around with something science.
Yeah. So at school, what was that like? You're this rebellious kid. You're into science. Did you hate school?
Yeah.
because you saw-
I hated school because it just interfered with my time. I want to get home and get back to tinkering with my stuff. I don't. You couldn't bore me any more than I was. I didn't want to go to music class. I don't care what you're doing here. And then, everything is social studies. I don't care who won what war. Just let me go home. I've got other things I'd rather learn. But, the classes that I was in, that matched my interests, I did well. But everything else was a waste of my time.
What were you tinkering with at home?
Probably at that time, probably electronics and chemistry.
Okay. And then how did you get the job at Los Alamos?
At the time, I was working at Fairchild Electronics in Simi Valley, California, and I was just tired and burnt out of that, and just sent a resume to Los Alamos, but really laid heavily on the stuff, not my work history, things that I did aside from work. I took my wife's little Honda, built the jet engine from scratch, and put it in there. Then, in fact, it was one of the things sent in resumes to them. Oh, by the way. And yeah, when I moved there, the local paper put that on the front page because I thought that was really cool. And that's why most people remember me at that time because I drove it to work in Los Alamos.
Yeah.
In fact, they yelled at me, you can't run the jet coming into the lab because it scares the shit out of everybody.
How fast would the car go?
212.
Jesus.
Yeah. On that car, it's super dangerous. I would never do that.
That's insane.
Today. Yeah, but
So you're putting like a Bugatti engine on the Civic. And you're
yeah, in a way, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's silly, but you're stupider when you're in your 20s. Yeah.
Well, what was your top speed?
212.
Yours was 212.
Yeah,
You
I'm
went
an
212.
element dilation.
You're insane.
Maybe, but I felt that cigar.
But the Honda Civic is not set up for the jet engine that you put on it.
Well, it was after I put it in there.
So you helped with the suspension,
Yeah,
that stuff. You improved. That's impressive. That's cool.
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front-page story on a jet car I had built. Coincidentally, Dr. Edward Teller was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day.
So Edward Teller, for the audience, is the creator
Well,
of the hydrogen bomb.
Coincidentally, that same day on
Yeah.
the paper, if you turn over the front sheet, was the advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day,
Wow.
giving a lecture in the lab.
So you go to a talk he gives or something?
Yeah, he was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper because the door was locked. So that I wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's going to be crowded or whatever. He's reading the front page of the paper because or else I really didn't know how to go up and say anything. But I went, oh, it's the perfect segue. He's already reading about me. So it's like, hi, Ed, I'm the guy you're reading about there.
What was Edward Teller like?
He's a grumpy old man. That's the only way I could describe him.
Did he have any sort of distinct accent?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had giant eyebrows and yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
Yeah. Fascinating. And so, what was the conversation like? Are you like, hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember it verbatim, but he said.
But it is grossly impractical.
I said, yeah, it's not made to be a practical, mode of transportation. And then we only spoke for a
Shit,
short
did
time.
I throw out the...
Click, swing open, and the guy greeted him, oh, Mr. Teller, and so they brought him in. That was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that meeting when I sent him a resume after I had moved on from Los Alamos, and he remembered me. And that's who directed me to PTSD, how this all started.
Have you ever seen there's a video of Edward Teller being questioned on his relationship with you?
Yeah,
Of course. Because he, first of all, he goes into a question on nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into nuclear. And then he's questioning on you, and he has the exact same reaction.
It is, in my opinion, not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of me on that.
Okay. And if I ask you on camera if you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went and interviewed Teller.
he was one of Teller's students. And he said, I'm going to bring up you to Teller. And I went, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to see how fast he denies me.
Yeah.
And he did immediately.
But he denied you in the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get, a real power source from nuclear. And basically implying he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but there's total annihilation, you know, and yeah, he just completely discounted that, which is
And so,
interesting for Teller.
do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you hit it for
I don't know if that's who
it
they're
goes up to
referring to.
116, and then you get this matter, empty matter annihilation thing.
I don't know if that is what it was referring to, but he's also, but he's clearly not addressing the most powerful nuclear reaction there is. And why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his link to
To
you.
you, yeah.
Which
Yeah,
to
yeah.
me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
Yeah, it's really weird that he would do that.
And so you were at Los Alamos, and were you working with other physicists at the time, or
Yeah,
what was your main kind of like day-to-day responsibility there?
Well, it changed. I was building, I think, this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to trim the voltage to a very fine degree. So I was building some high voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so we could make adjustments, from a distance without interfering with, the electric fields or anything. And day to day, it was just maintenance on the targets and experiments we were doing. So it's cryogenics and, dealing with high power magnets and what else? Radioactive materials.
Yeah.
And, Los Alamos stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was, there was no really regular routine. We'd either be working on getting ready to do an experiment. So we'd be working on, the detection equipment.
Yeah.
Or setting up the experiment. And it all had to do with, the output of the accelerator and adjusting that.
So this was a particle accelerator?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a half-mile long linear accelerator in Los Alamos.
That's cool.
And the beam splits off.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down and it splits off into different experimental areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, just from one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make different particles and go different directions. And depending on the speed of the particle going by and its spin and how long it's in transit, you can calculate its mass and, backtrack and put things together. And, analogy I always gave was, it's like if you wanted to analyze a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside. But so you could take it and throw it as hard as you can at a concrete wall.
Yeah.
And then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off.
Yeah.
Well, by looking at those pieces, you could backtrack everything.
Yeah.
You could see if one was spinning a certain direction, the rotation, and how fast it came off, then the mass of it. If it was turning before, and by the angles, you could put it back there, and eventually you can reassemble the thing and see how it was made just from the particles flying apart. So essentially what an accelerator does, smash something apart, and then we can figure out how it all goes together just by monitoring those particles.
It's so cool.
Yeah. So I mean that's what I did at Los Alamos.
Did you get the sense that there were two branches of science that was a little more classified, and then public science?
No, not at that.
Not at that point.
Not at that
Okay.
point. I thought we were all on the same level.
Yeah. Now I know you can't say why they erased you from MIT, and there are a lot of people out there who say you think your educational credentials, you have very good, I think, reason that at least passes, Joe Rogan and some other people who I really trust their sniff test.
He said that he was working on something for the government and they sent him to MIT to learn something.
But I will ask you, is there anything you can say high level that hints at why you can't talk about why you were at MIT?
Well, I was sent there. Okay, and if you're sent there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or work.
Yep. It's gonna be off the books.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also, you also can't talk about it because it's still, I mean, look, the government's never going to come and prosecute me for, at least I hope not, for releasing information about S4.
Yep.
But assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's still covered under the security agreement. And at this point in my life, I just don't want to make any waves.
Yeah.
So,
No, I think that's very reasonable. It's also,
Playing screen in 10 minutes a day reduces stress. 71% agree.
Why do millions of Canadians trust their money with Koho? They trust the progress. Our best-in-class app gives you the tools to make your money grow and make life better every single day. You get a secure MasterCard, cashback, high interest, credit building, convenient ways to borrow, and so much more. Sign up for your free trial of Koho today. It's time to trust the progress.
This is getting hard. I'm gonna need some extra lives. You know we could have earned cash back for that? Wait, cash back from my game? I didn't know that was possible. Free cash gives you cash back on in-game purchases. And even more if you complete challenges. Reach level 20 and earn $25? That's crazy. I'm already on level 50. I'm not playing for free anymore. With free cash, I play and I earn. Don't play for free. Play with free cash.
I should know that this is me talking about you. MIT long is a university, affiliated research center called UARC, and they do all sorts of classified stuff. They have a super soldier program. They're, we're always at the forefront of nanotechnology, and so the idea that
well, anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers, or it'd be just very conventional.
Sure.
But still classified material.
Yeah, I think it's just helpful because this stuff is circulating out there, and the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about is very feasible.
Get sent, but
okay,
I would have
theoretically, hypothetically, yeah.
You got sent.
If I got sent there, there's a very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it, and I'd be working on some classified stuff.
If you wanted to hire a guy who could think clearly, out of the box, and help solve problems, but who could be discredited if you needed to do that, Bob was probably the best person in the country. He was perfect for it.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989, part of KLAS. You took him to Los Alamos, is that right, at some point?
Yeah, I told him all this Los Alamos stuff, and I said, well, let's go there, I'll show you. And security was a little more lax back then. So we got in a plane, and we just rented a car, and at that time, everyone I knew still worked there. So including the guards, and hey, Bill Bob, you're back, and so we're in, and just took charge everywhere. There's my desk, here's this, and walk in here, and I still knew combinations, places, and walk.
Right.
I'm sure it was not all 100% legal, but yeah, George just walked around, filmed everything, spoke to people that I worked with, and he said, all right, we can check that box off, and then we went back.
Yeah. And so, because also, again, I want to address some of these detracting comments circulating online. There are people who are like, "Oh, he just quizzed the physicists, at Los Alamos, so he really had some other stuff there or something." First of all, your description of a particle accelerator and how to actually, detect subatomic particles, I think is first class. And then second, you have a guy in George Knapp, which you have to either accuse him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that you showed him around
people knew
Yeah,
your
I
name.
mean,
You know, he saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and clearly he was trying to suss you out by asking
Yeah.
you to invite him, right?
Yeah,
Presumably.
yeah. I just don't pay attention to the detractors and that nonsense. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, we're past that.
I never met Dr. Teller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume, an inquiry about a job. Dr. Teller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. He gave me the name of a contact to call in Las Vegas. I made that call and things progressed from there until I got into the program at S4.
And so you send the resume, and he remembers you somehow, and which is,
Yeah, because I made mention of the jet car in Los Alamos.
and then he sends your resume to EG&G, and then you get a job there.
I don't know if he sent it. He when he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EG&G. So I don't know if he said, or just have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did send the resumes. I don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time? Or?
I know they did measurements. They did all the. I know some of the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph, exploding nuclear bomb without it getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things. Make giant flash tubes so you can photograph cities from bombers and stuff. So that's about all I know. I knew they were just a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but leaning heavily in nuclear testing area.
It's a company that is the namesake of Doc Edgerton, who was MIT faculty actually, and
Edgerton, Grimmerhausen, and Greer.
There you go.
Many types of cameras will be in use. The most important are fast packs, which operate up to 9,000 frames per second and expose that entire footage in a fraction of a second.
Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite that I'm sure you're aware of, Luigi, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert Hastings. And he talks about UFOs like Tic Tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S.
I've certainly heard that.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
There are 167 whistleblowers who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen because they're guarding the crown jewels of American defense.
Oh, really?
167 of these guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's really 167 of those guys?
167 of these guys. It's really wild.
That's incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not publicly. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of national security.
So my point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they were the guys documenting and photographing everything from every angle, everywhere.
Yes.
So if in fact all that stuff was going on, EG&G had to catch something.
Totally. And EG&G, it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where the scientist who actually lives in Austin, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And you give a little bit of context, but
yeah, I really went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me for that, and somewhere in the middle they said, we actually have a different job that we're thinking of plugging in.
Right.
I think I went to the bathroom and I came back and said, we're changing channels. We think we're and I think started out they were both something in S4 or something else was going to be for EG&G or the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but there were 2 jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the second one. And the second one was test 4 outages.
And what were they screening? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at, and then when you go to the back every day?
I don't know.
Shit. This that UFO thing we're stuck on. This guy's gonna break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't
You
think
have
that's
any sense?
I think they marked it up, and I think they were kept, just because of the way the place was running, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. In fact, if you expected anything else, you're not. That's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that, and they look, we need a little push from another direction. And I mean, it's my guess. I think that's not possible.
At that point, do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?
No, but they said it's at a remote area and the work hours can vary. Some people are out there for 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
Yeah.
Depends if they're married or not or anything, and can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and and some people are just on call, and for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going out there on call, and until we get you up to speed. And do you have any problem with traveling? I said no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time it's a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and specifically nuclear weapon related, and I was going to be at the nuclear test site somewhere stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they called me at random days, and they'd say Mr. Lazard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I go out there. I drive out to ETG Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site.
363 Las Vegas Tower, runway 26 right, line FOA traffic outfield.
We're Mr. Lube Plus Tires. Tires is our middle name.
Last name.
Paying to park your car is one thing, but your paycheck? One thing bang fee is what getting me anywhere fast. But with an account that costs me nothing and actually earns me something, my money's starting to move.
Ever played a game where one hero has thousands of builds? If you start with a lightning build, the damage is insane, but the cooldowns are terrible. Now, if you go with a laser build, Stellar Annihilator wipes the entire field. No more worrying about cooldowns. At battle start, always pick Ironwood. Sure, his early damage looks low, and clearing mobs feels slow. Laser skill is a must pick. Once you unlock his ultimate Stellar Annihilator, you're basically unstoppable. Every laser beam is deadly, and the best part, the movie event is now live. Summoning Iron Wolf, piece of cake.
Evo Defense, Merge TV. Download now.
Yeah, we just took off and landed.
Yeah.
And I still thought I was I didn't know it was in Area 51.
Yep. And you land at Area 51.
Yeah.
And
First of all, at that time, Area 51 meant nothing.
Mm.
It's just, this is known as Area 51. Okay. As
Right.
all test sites split up into areas. It's Area 2, Area 5, so it's 51. Okay.
At what point do you go to S4?
I've told the story so much and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day. What'd you do on the third day? I don't know.
Of course.
But I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just the paperwork and stuff then. But the second day for sure, we drove down, got in the bus. It was a long, bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus. And it was just a navy blue painted bus. And it seemed like we went south. By the time we got there, got off the bus, I mean, the sun was setting to my right.
And then what happens next?
Well, I mean, when I got there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's where Dennis led me in.
And who's Dennis for the audience?
I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow. Everything. He was just attached to me.
This is Dennis Marion.
Dennis Marion.
Yeah. And so he leads you in.
Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard there. We get past him, and then they had to train the hand reader to give me a card, open the doors. So that's the first time I saw the hand scan. I get the card. He shows me this. You swipe on the door, and it records every time you come in and out and do everything.
Is there a bodyguard or like a?
No. Once you're in the room with the scanner, there's nothing. There's just a door you open up, but it's just a really long corridor, and just kind of not modern. Looks old. It's just painted cinder block with light green and dark green. Kind of looked like my old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it underground or in a mountain, or
it's kind of on the side of a mountain. It's so the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill, I guess, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in back of the hangars, so that gives you hangar access. And there were 9 hangars, so and they're fairly big, so that explains why the corridors were so long.
And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse. Then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first. So that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first briefing on there.
And that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as well.
Yeah.
And that was Project Looking Glass.
Looking Glass and
what else?
Sidekick.
And Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, I imagine you take most interest in Galileo, but you also look through Looking Glass and Sidekick.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft, and the directives that are given. There were 2 primary directives. It's one to duplicate the propulsion system or components thereof with available Earth materials. And directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. And I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So that was really a high priority. But they certainly wanted to duplicate it, but they really wanted to disable it.
I do think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program. It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to parallel engineer, find ways to, with terrestrial, normal prosaic engineering, build.
Or come up with a hybrid system, something. I mean, the bottom line is we want to produce the effects this machine is having. So just do it.
And however you can.
Just
Which makes sense given the skill set they seem to take interest in with you because you are this outside of the box thinker.
Yeah.
You're not this prim and proper traditional academic or something
Right.
who does not want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think. They think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project Ocean Blast?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has 3 of the emitters on the bottom of the large trash cans, and they send out gravity waves or whatever form of energy is. But excuse me, Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be there was some sort of weapon potential doing that.
Like a directed energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the briefing contained in it. And
are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No.
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your?
No, I mean, some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. I mean, and you wonder,
like what?
Like a test. There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to, in the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here. But if somebody says something, and hear it on the grapevine, yeah, they've got like this an alien craft at the test site. They don't know where it comes from. But everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything, they, yeah, flying saucers down there and aliens made 65 corrections. They go, Lazar's the guy.
Yep.
So I think they put it in there to attach to a person, he got this, and they make it something enticing to say.
So you go through these briefings, what happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who, it was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And I guess they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They drew a little grid on my arm and then just pricked them and, waited for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange-yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there, and I could taste that. It's really a nasty taste.
What did it taste like?
Yeah, like a vitamin B solution.
Okay.
But it also had a pine taste to it. But anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out. And eventually, was introduced to Barry, who was going to be my lab partner. And, from what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What was Barry like?
Barry, I don't know, how would you describe Barry? Barry was very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
He was really happy I was there, and really excited to show me stuff. But clearly a lot had been done before I got there.
Yeah.
If this was new, everything would be white, right? Everybody would be in, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part fall somewhere and you can identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lap benches and things like that. You probably have people in full respirator suits if they're just beginning. But these guys had reached the point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with this stuff, and it really wasn't a thing. It was as if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working on, although we were quite afraid of reacting.
And you at no point were you like, this could be some like anti-gravity secret program that, I just wasn't cleared to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." It's just our new fighter. And it looks like a flying saucer, so that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around. But yeah, it became quickly obvious that that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So, to affect space and time. Look, if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist.
To anybody who's a detractor, who could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. Is it, as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc. And there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when you peep that is a supporting column holding that 53 foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
That's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's
Well, it's
right.
because I built it.
I think you know more about the craft
and because of the thickness of the floor that we could see, because of the lip of the access way, we could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is, you could see the thickness of the floor. That thickness,
52 feet diameter.
Right. There is nothing
with
on
no
Earth
central support
that would not be doing more like this and potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. Yeah. No, I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
Describe how so.
I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like a craft, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it in, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hangar and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks, so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft that you described as blacker than black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. You know what they call the portholes around the top?
Sure.
I do not believe are portholes. You know what I think? There's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft. And we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array, where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black, and it's not just a fancy black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. But I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black. Just it doesn't look right.
Did anybody else say that going into the craft gave them an ominous feeling?
Yeah, he did say that it was definitely unnerving, I think was his word, looking at them.
And just being in the craft generally, was that like a kind of ubiquitously known thing at S4? Like you walked into that thing and
didn't hear that from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the first thing you think, boy, that must have been so exciting. And yeah, from an outsider it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around what looked like the cockpit of this thing.
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in. You really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have really. It's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there. And because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space, and what reason the craft is shaped like that. But there were 3 things that looked like seats. We call them seats. Other humps, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were 3 of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave and is channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just call them the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about.
Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these 2 guys, they're looking out. There's a one of the archways that becomes transparent, so he believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
The archway becomes transparent, is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it.
Oh.
And there's a screen, like the blue screen with the symbol.
With the
right?
Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, and I thought maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. Why would it only be one? It's so dark in there.
Fascinating. And you saw a translucent, like almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols, but not on in a 3-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a 3-dimensional character sitting
almost like
there.
a projection, you said.
Yeah,
He was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained it actually better yesterday than before I produced it. Yeah. And you were saying it looked almost like a projection.
It wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a 3-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already out. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." You know, so oh, this is great. So we go out through the lab door right into the hangar. It was already outside, sitting on the ground, and shortly after we got out there, I did notice there was a radio. And I mentioned this in Luigi's movie, a VHF radio.
Spent 2 hours, but still not passed. Hey, want to lower your internet bill? Of course you do.
It's not very fucking descriptive.
When they're in communication, so it made me almost positive that there was somebody in the craft.
Yep.
I don't know where they'd be sitting or why they're even in the craft, because like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So that put aside.
So you think they put a person in there?
I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you heard a voice coming from the craft?
No, from the radio.
From the radio,
Yeah.
the VHF radio.
Yeah.
But presumably coming from the craft.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, he must have had some other instrumentation set up in the craft, because he was monitoring something.
Do you remember what the voice? It was
but
it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio wave getting into the craft? This doesn't even make any sense.
VHF being very high frequency?
Yeah, I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Anyway, shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, had a little corona discharge flow on the bottom, and lifted off and drifted up into the sky and kind of moved around. During that test flight, Dennis motioned for me to come out and look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward. The craft was just sitting there stationary, and I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away, and then he said, come back, and I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So if you move, you can see it, and if you walk underneath it, you can't. So you can clearly see it's bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft, so you can see that it's in its little envelope. And then it kind of slid over to the left and right, and then sat back down.
Is what you saw, did it look like what we talk about when we talk about UFO videos? And what we, like look at the, Nimitz, 2004 FLIR video, or even some of the, maybe better examples, some of the optical videos, which are often grainy and fuzzy, and maybe that's due to gravitational lensing and some sort of space-time perturbation due to these effects that you're talking about. But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking, this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah.
You are.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. I mean, just because of the way that it can move, it can just negate. I mean, it's. I really don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to it. It gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor? Even the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah,
That goes through your head, like you're like, are you?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time
sure.
with this craft already. It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean, they knew the emitters have to be rotated, to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to fly it. So that these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
But it would be your kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, we could at least test and you could go under them and stuff, then you would think that now we've probably made much more progress, I assume. What do you think?
I do not think so.
You don't think so? So you think we can test these things and use them in rudimentary ways, but we don't understand how they work?
No, it's like the analogy I gave. You can go back to the 1800s and drop off a motorcycle.
Yep.
With the keys in it, and you can look at it and go, "Wow, I've never seen anything like that before." And look at the plastic fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material. And there's the key, and eventually, if you tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and it's going to start.
Yeah.
And they're going to go, okay, and we turn it off, and it's on and off. And eventually, just given time and human ingenuity, they're going to get it. The throttle's here, and they'll become proficient at driving it.
Yeah.
But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic fender.
Right.
So, yeah, so you can become proficient at using it. And I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed that technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting 1 minute building a conventional fighter or other area. Why?
Yep.
Why would you? They say, oh, well, it's secret. Yep, so jet engines were secret when we first came out with it. And we built the whole fleet, we absolutely divert every resource we have to duplicating these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental?
It could very well be, yeah, because there was obviously no physical control. When the craft was being tested, the only test I saw from close range, it was already out of the hangar. And when I went into the hangar, the bay doors between all the hangars were open. They had big, the door that leads to the outside that's at an angle. But there's also big bay doors between all the hangars. Those were open for some reason. And when I came in to go witness that, I was able to look down and see that, boy, there's 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head and emotionally?
Well, first of all, where did they all come from? How could you? I mean, I can see you found one somewhere. There's a crash or whatever. You found one. You don't find 9. I mean, where do they come from? None of them are damaged to any degree, although when I call the top had holes in it, but it looks like it was shot, from a projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash or attempted landing. So where did all this stuff come from? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
No, each one was different.
Okay.
But the material all looked exactly the same. Color, the sheen. So it looked like they were all made of the same thing.
So the reactors and the propulsion were all the same, the material was all the same, but the shapes were somehow different. Do you remember?
Maybe they're specialized craft. You could take a step back from humanity and you look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck, it's a little long thing. You look at a Volkswagen, it's like a little, you see a motorcycle, they all have the same somewhat type of engine, internal combustion engine, so powering them all, so they must have all different functions. And maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's just, and who says they're all men? Maybe some of those things are drones or something.
People associate you with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like, you know, craft that looks like that.
It looks
exactly like that.
Like, I thought Billy Meyer was absolutely ridiculous because I've seen some of the pictures, and this is what I mentioned to you the other day, UFO researcher syndrome. I think the initial pictures Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be another one of those that just coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model. So I think he absolutely photographed that, and it was real. And I think at the time he got a lot of attention, and, you know, printed books and everything. And I think as time went on, he kind of missed that, and then he started making some models and taking some new pictures. And the other pictures look ridiculous.
right.
They do. It looks like, you know.
And there's something about like dinosaurs in his book, and
yeah, I know. It looks like there's styrofoam ball adult doing it. Yeah, I found some more pictures.
Yeah.
You know, come back, and you
Yeah.
know. So I think that's, you know, that's just a personal belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures aren't genuine.
Yeah. And so that's the craft you worked on. The 8 other crafts, what did those look like?
I can only see 2 clearly because from the angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then all you can just see is the hanger out there. But one looked like I call a Jello mold, which is more like a bundt cake without the hole in the middle. And then the other one is, I previously mentioned, a top hat, like a carnival top straw hat, and the brim had a hole in it. So,
is your immediate instinct human nature?
Yeah.
At what point do you not see like an American flag on one of them? Or?
Yeah, on the sport model,
Okay.
I saw that like the first day that I went in.
Okay. Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
I know the Navy got the sport model, and I think that was, from what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which, by the way, isn't in the desert; it's in the water. And if there's another term for an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still a dig, but yeah, that I don't know what body of water, if it was the ocean or lake or what, but yeah, that came from the water. Again, according to Barry, I didn't see this in documentation, but yeah, that was happened upon by the Navy, and that's all I know. And that.
Why do millions of Canadians trust their money with Coho? They trust the progress. Our best-in-class app gives you the tools to make your money grow and make life better every single day. You get a secure MasterCard, cash back, high interest, credit building, convenient ways to borrow, and so much more. Sign up for your free trial of Coho today. It's time to trust the progress.
I just theorized that's how the Navy got in control of everything.
So what you constantly hear is, you know, you have things like Hughes Aircraft building the Glomar Explorer, which subsea, Discovery, and you have some actually more recent Lockheed subsea, super subsea submarines and drone sort of things that seem to be able to, scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was high up in the Navy, and he talks about retrieval of exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, you have Tim Burchett as a congressman from Tennessee who says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
We think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas.
And I don't know, there's another one friend in the Navy who's, anonymous source. Maybe one day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the movie The Abyss by James Cameron.
Yeah.
And he says maybe that scene where, this sort of glowing object shows up isn't too far off from the truth. So,
look, one of our science fiction movies is going to be correct.
That's right. Yeah. That's a safe bet.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, and we were talking last night with Luigi about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of the production of nuclear subs for the Navy. And you have a famous case there of some fishermen who, experience an alien abduction and have a UFO experience. So
yeah, there's something going on with the ocean.
There is.
Been from the very beginning.
George Knapp has interesting footage around Baja, Mexico. On the other side, you have Tampere, which seems to be a hotspot. You have the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's where all these guys are hiding out.
That's exactly. Do you think there's a possibility it's, the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis? So this is this idea that they're ancient remnants of an antediluvian civilization that existed pre-Ice Age or pre-Underground.
Antediluvian?
Yeah, and that they're more advanced than us. They're like the place of what we call Atlantis, are these beings who coexisted, co-inhabited the Earth with us.
It really could very well be.
Right.
If you just look at the size of the ocean, you can hide an entire civilization down there, and it will, especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean. Just got to be deep.
Yeah.
We'll never find them.
Would any of the scientific principles that you looked at, as far as the bubble being created around the craft and all that, somehow be immune to salt water? Like, would it be able to travel transmedium? Because that's one.
Absolutely.
So interesting. Because that's the
light bent around the craft.
Yeah.
I'm sure a raindrop would do.
Yeah. So fascinating.
I've been involved in this whole thing since 1987, and since the 80s, or even before, let's go even all the way down to the 60s, everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force.
Mm-hmm. And Project Blue Book.
And Project Blue Book.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Lazar comes out in 1989 and says they weren't crash saucers, they were intact craft, and it's the Navy that's in charge. And funny enough, 40 years later, that's what people are talking about.
Yeah.
So, when I see the new whistleblowers come out, like Eric Davis or people that we're seeing, I'm not skeptical at the fact that they were involved in something. What I find very, basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual.
Right. Yeah. Well, Bob has nothing to do with that. But everything you said is right. So. Yeah.
At my level, there's definitely a decades-long, multi-generational crash retrieval operation. But the one guy who says it's worked every craft.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Everything is right, though. I believe there aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many crashes.
If you had to guess, how many crafts are in U.S. possession now in hangars?
Now? I don't know. I mean, 9.
9 for sure.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think they have a sense of ontological truth? Like when you see all this stuff around, the ability to manipulate timelines with looking glass, or even just manipulate time on a local scale. and then they're saying that they found these things at archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen? So it's like their origin story of humanity.
Maybe.
You think maybe?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance.
Is your kind of Occam's razor explanation that these are extraterrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers? What do you think?
I think that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're, time travelers, visitors from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much in our movie. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See other worlds. This can go travel in another fashion and get there. Probably life there. They probably build things, and it all makes sense.
Yep.
But when you go to other dimensions in time, well, can you even time travel at all? I mean, will that ever be possible? Maybe, maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension and start assing people over there? So
yeah.
I mean, the other things don't make sense. So yeah, I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. But it could be anyone in the other possibilities. Or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed?
Was it conventionally moving?
Yep.
I don't think it really had a very high top speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, if you had to...
It depends. I mean, it depends on how it was being... Because you can maneuver it in a couple different ways. So... of course, how would I know? I mean, the speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about an Omicron mode where it's just sitting there and moving. But you think about
Delta.
Yeah, and at Delta, the speed's going to be near infinite. So you think it'll appear somewhere else.
You think almost close to the speed of light, or it would look like it's hopping across space-time?
No, it's hard to exceed the speed of light.
It'd be
because
faster.
because you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just jumping over.
So it's warping space.
Yeah. So it's, for a given distance, you'll get, to the destination far faster than you would if you were traveling at the speed of
And
light.
it's like crunching space-time behind it, and then in front of it, it's like riding a wave or something.
It's
Right.
just bending space around it.
Did you hear anything around pulses involved?
Yeah. It's not a continuous. It's like it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the craft is always doing this.
When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job of depicting the configurations and what is Delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers, Delta, and that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it moves.
Okay.
The Omicron is where it only uses one, of the emitters to propel itself, or it's not really propelling itself, it's doing the opposite. Essentially, create an indentation in space-time so the craft moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration, it's never really stable. It's kind of a, somewhat undulating movement,
It's so interesting. And fascinating. That seems to be a common thing. The craft.
This wobble. Right. Yeah. But when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other amplifiers come online, that thing's locked in space and time, and then it's able to focus in any direction and move there instantaneously.
Logan.
All right.
What's up? You're in our mid-century living room set. You have Luigi Vendetelli, Bob Lazar, and Logan is a long time UFO guy.
Okay.
And you watch WWE at all?
No.
He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
Dude, I gotta say, Bob, it is an honor to meet you, man. Absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you. Oh, thanks. Good to meet you.
Mr. Lou Plus Tires. Tires is our middle name.
Last name.
Hungry now? 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 Well, what about now? Oh, hungry, oh, hungry.
Paying to park your car is one thing, but your paycheck? One thing bank fees weren't getting me anywhere fast. But with an account that costs me nothing and actually earns me something, my money's starting to move.
Not letting joint pain slow me down has always been part of my game. Joint pain can affect anyone, no matter how you move. When it gets in the way, you can trust Genicol Anti-Inflammatory.
I don't know if Jesse gave you any context to why I wanted to talk to you.
They haven't been, yeah, but maybe let me rehash it.
Okay. So, Bob, check this out. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something with this footage or receive confirmation of sorts. And I see this particular orange disc sometimes in UFO videos and documentaries. And watching it pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4 that you guys were about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but then kind of coats itself in this orange.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. Yeah.
Dude, I paused it there and I said, oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have. So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was 1995, and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts.
Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the Black Mailbox, an infamous landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Groom Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest, pointed through the front windshield.
And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard, and they're like hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think it's out there, like I don't know what it is, maybe we should go out. And they're like kind of scared.
Then something appears just beyond the glass. The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbling or undulating in place as if it's on a wave. You can hear the two guys whispering.
Yeah, that to me is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like your hand did. Your hand did.
Yeah, it's moving the right way. It's the right color and it's the right shape. So it makes it very compelling.
the intensity of the light, there's something very, very bright that is affecting that. The dash is being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle, and the craft is above it.
Right.
And look at the intent. Here's the dash, and look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right.
Wow.
There. Those are really.
Yeah, you can, and it's fading it.
You
moving
can't
up there.
fake that.
You can see that it wobbles.
But it
exactly
wobbles.
like
It wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah. So it does comport with your video.
it wobbles, it glows like that, in that color, in that shape.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
It's wild.
it's impressive. It is.
The craft emits an orange-reddish color, which is not a coincidence. A craft with strong field interactions, like the ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheet around itself. The dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Ionized nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red-orange. This classic observation of a glowing reddish or orange ball of light moving silently and erratically is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide.
You know what? Did you see that movie? Yeah, I did.
Now I know this footage is grainy, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. And to this day, S4's existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site. And yet, vehicle tracks are visible in these older satellite images.
You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction, and you can look at all the traffic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's not one guy driving around.
No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. So,
And there's no public out there. So what are you doing?
Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Papoose Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit to reveal additional details.
and if you look carefully in this version here, where the contrast has been changed, as we zoom, look what you see.
Yeah, you can start seeing the.
You see them clearly right there.
Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors. Yeah.
Finally, and perhaps most damningly, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out, and the map was clearly modified in a way that would specifically hide the existence of S4.
Bob went public on May 15th, 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't come public. His name wasn't public. It was him as Dennis, as in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape at the test site, where it's Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, and the whole Nevada test site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Mountain Range there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications, because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989, but the stamp of the exact day is May 23rd, 1989. Exactly 8 days after Bob went public.
And specifically, they're getting
Papoose Lake.
just Papoose Lake, so they're removing S4.
No, what they removed, the specificity there is the specific thing they removed is there's a road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake, And as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forks off, it splits off in two areas, to the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where S4 is. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Which, why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4?
And leave everything else.
And leave
there.
everything else there.
Yeah, that,
I mean,
that
it-
is an amazing
it's-
discovery.
Yeah, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific of like I don't want to put anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You could order these maps.
The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting. story, Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthart found a bunch of people who have verified Bob's presence at S4, right? I don't know. If
I
you
think
have as
I think
well.
arriving at 51 or getting on the bus or something.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they found a bunch.
George Knapp also had some people, and they got threatened back then, and they were told 6 people that were threatened, and basically they never made it forward. George talked about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talked about it in the past, and he says they all received a phone call, they were all threatened, and they never went public. And you know, for anybody who's a Bob Lazar detractor or doesn't believe the story, you then have to not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? What's the benefit here, you know? And somebody's gonna say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the Bob story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the Bob story, so he said that back then. It's not like it's new information.
Well, he was getting a lot of shit.
Yeah, he was
Being
getting a
involved
lot
in
of
the
shit.
story back then. It was certainly not a feather to stick in his cap.
You know, it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. This happened when he came out. It was in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, the people now that think that Bob Lazar is a grifter, or I'm a grifter because I'm making a movie about this and whatever. You know, this happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, I was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic when it came out. It was considered to be so
IGA has been around for ages. So why is it relevant now to talk about IGA automation?
Yes, sir, it is a real problem. But in today's workforce, any user can quickly become or may already be a privileged user. So visibility to all the users in the environment is paramount. You know, IGA is the cornerstone of security and compliance within any environment. But many organizations are still running user access review campaigns manually.
touch that because it's going to ruin your life. So why would Bob Lazar do that? And then why would George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas, who already was well known and had a good job, why would he hang his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it really
So,
doesn't.
you know, let's not forget those.
Yeah, and he has multiple Peabodys. He's well respected, exactly as you said, outside of UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you learn any other details about the guy that had died that you were replacing?
Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors in all the craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah.
That's like a Ford making an engine, and it goes in, you know, a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have the same, you know, the same power system or propulsion system in them? Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but yeah, a reactor. So it was probably from one of the other crafts, and Why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there, maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number two, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and want to just, find out what's in there, and why would you even do it while it was operating, or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they could safely cut it, and they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever they gleaned from it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Barry and I were kind of starting from the beginning on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway.
You ever learn the guy's name or any details about it? Does Barry have a last name? Or?
Yeah, Barry Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced. Yeah.
Have you ever tracked him down after?
I think briefly decades ago we made it real, because there was another guy that would come in and out once in a while named Rene.
Okay.
Don't remember his last name, but I mean, at some point, I really put a lot of effort in trying to find Dennis Mariani and Barry, and I think some people did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago.
Okay.
I don't know about Barry, but I never was never able to find it. 'Cause, I mean, back in the time I was looking for him, there was no internet,
sure.
So you had to go through public records and stuff. And,
yeah.
It was much more difficult than it is now.
Yeah, and I know of one instance in which the name Dennis Mariani was corroborated by somebody at Nevada test site, and so I won't go further than that, but because it's not my thing to tell. But you're giving names, and I think some of these people could still be alive, which is pretty remarkable too. Maybe we could track some of them down, and they could back you up. I wonder. I mean, they have to know.
I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out.
Yeah.
I mean, although Barry wouldn't talk about it much, there are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, it sucks, I know.
Yeah.
So he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the program as far as keeping this from, the entire world.
What was his background?
No idea.
Okay. But there was kind of a collegial goodwill between you and...
Yeah. And he'd goof around sometimes, which was nice, because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I'm sure here's a story where he threw the golf ball at the reactor, and sometimes we just start talking about stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, that just acted like, a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball at the reactor?
He was showing me the field on it, and he said, check this out, and took a golf ball and, intending to hit the reactor, and instead it bounced off the field and then hit a ceiling tile, which dislodged it and made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes. So it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stools and go and reascend it and clean it up and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks in and says, what's going on? Nothing. We're working like we should be. So.
This is a remarkable detail. Around the reactor, you have this sort of force field-like thing, this like repelling force.
Yeah. Once a hemisphere on top of a plate, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, the hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it, and you can't touch the reactor from that point. I mean, it's somewhat elastic, You know, like if you have two light poles of a magnet pushing them together, you get that. It's the exact same feel, but without metal. It's just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you could move the reactor on the table. And once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But so it's really interesting to me.
How did the reactor work?
This is all guess. This
Sure.
is just all guesswork.
Yes.
It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 on the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron, an accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, or whatever was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like pushing magnets together.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it, nothing is getting past that.
With magnets, you have to have light poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not,
It's just matter repelling matter.
Yeah, it's so
without
weird.
polarity.
Does it feel like what does it feel like? Is there texture to it, or?
No, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not linear.
But does it
When
feel
you
like
said it's logarithmic, it's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
Does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like?
No, it just feels.
It's literally like air, like
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Describe that.
Yeah. Like, is there a coolness, a heat?
No.
It's just like space time itself.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, but it's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it's gravity. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like gravity.
And explain why it's so different.
Like, I mean, because at least my thoughts at this point are, I think gravity is just a property of matter, and it's only an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. Like, if it was gravity, at one point, Barry showed me he had one of the emitters, it working. He put a lit little kitchen candle right at the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering. It stood there frozen in space and time. But I could see the light from the candle. The flame was still visible. Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or more the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a really unusual thing.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the glass emitter, I immediately racked my brain for anyone in conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles Bueller, who talks about something very similar.
Where the heck did you get it from? Because if I was to stick this in space, it would accelerate with the power off. That's a problem.
You see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, they produce thrust. That's right, propulsion with no fuel, no exhaust, no propellant, just electricity as the input converted directly into motion. A new model for space propulsion that can eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane and defies Newton's laws, and I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Bueller at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level with modern instruments, more rigorous controls.
You see about 0.1 grams, that corresponds to about 1 millimeter of thrust.
And decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millinewtons of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. The man literally runs electrostatics at NASA. He's the incoming president of the American Electrostatic Society. And he's contributed 2 fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted.
So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we have a man who reverse engineered UFOs, and then we have a NASA lead electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, hi, Charles.
I thought this is a very exciting moment for me. I'm a big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
Man, I'm real interested to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a hybrid of your idea and T.T. Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his experiments? I mean, can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like?
2,000 variations. I'll try to do my best.
I mean, how is this? I'm sure you've seen the lifter ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those?
A few ways. The ion thrusters obviously use ions in air to get the momentum conservation. What's interesting about this force, even though sort of the same geometry can be used, but the high vacuum gets the thrust. But it's always in the opposite direction of the ion thrust, which is really cool. Because what happens is you have a sharp electrode ground between. However you do that, you can come up with really good to do that. In air, when you do that, it's thrown under some force like that. In vacuum, we can actually see these forces arise, but they're always in the opposite direction of the ion wind, which is really interesting.
That is very
interesting. The same direction as the rocket exhaust. You never think of that connection, so it really messes with you. So that's what's interesting about it. That's one main difference.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, that's the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion, where an ion goes through a V. And you've done it in a hard or reasonably hard vacuum, and you're getting measurable thrust.
Oh, we have. We've been doing that since 2020. For the last 6 years, we test almost every day, probably every other day, different configurations or zero in on a configuration, test another concept, and that is an ongoing iterative process. So yes, we have tested high vacuum, 10 to the minus 6 or better. You can get up to 10 to the minus 7. Enough to prove to us that there's no ion wind.
What kind of thrust in newtons or grams are you getting?
Well, we're still playing around in the hundreds of micronewtons or millimeter ranges. So I think the highest we've gotten is probably up to the 50 millinewton mark. But that's when we stack these together. We don't learn a lot from them when we do that, other than we can make more thrust. It's important. But we like to understand the thrust density, if you will, of each thruster. So we're trying to optimize each type, optimize each parameter space we have access to before we can get to larger chambers or outer space to test the mega structures.
Physically, how big are these thrusters?
Oh, they're not very big. They're about 6 inches, maybe 6 by 6, roughly.
Okay.
That range. It's a nice size. You know, we can make them bigger, but we don't gain anything by that. We just try to keep them manageable so that we can do different things with them, stack them, try different voltages, and then we try to measure the currents to make sure that in many cases there is no current, which is very odd.
Yeah, I would say.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'd say.
Turn the power source off and it keeps going.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it is very annoying. It's some cases when the software comes in there, all the power. So that's really a lot of things.
So a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust.
Well, a physically large one, yeah, but we won't learn anything. We can do 8 inches or 10 inches, which we have, but we're not learning anything from it. We want to learn what is the best geometry, shape. We want to optimize. We know areas like the radius. That will be optimized later in space. But on ground test particles, we're kind of fixed by the geometry of our chamber. Once we get some funding here, we
Enter a new dimension of investing with Q-Trade.
Best workplace experiences don't just happen. They're intentionally planned. With people, data, and flexibility in mind. That's where Robin comes in. The first workplace operations platform built to help you plan, manage, and use the office like never before. From booking resources and planning spaces to managing meetings, visitors, and events, Robin makes it easy to optimize your workplace. Robin, the go-to platform for managing workplace operations.
Ever played a game where one hero has thousands of builds? If you start with a lightning build, the damage is insane, but the cooldowns are terrible. Now, if you go with a laser build, Stellar Annihilator wipes the entire field, no more worrying about cooldown. At battle start, always pick Ironwood. Sure, his early damage looks low, and clearing mobs feels slow. Laser skill is a must pick. Once you unlock his ultimate Stellar Annihilator, you're basically unstoppable. Every laser beam is deadly, and the best part, the newbie event is now live. Summoning Iron Wolf, piece of cake.
Evo Defense Merge TV. Download now.
Drew does have almost a walk-in size chamber in his garage. You can walk it out. When that comes online in a few months, then we can test much larger versions of it. So the thrust does depend on the area, it does depend on the volume, it does depend on the voltages, the typical things you would expect. But you can try to optimize it as much as you can with the chamber we have actively running right now.
How much are you charging them up to? What kind of voltage are you using?
Well, when we started in 2016, it was at the Townsend Brown level, 150,000. Okay. Yeah. Thank goodness we're not anywhere near that now. I think we're operating right now about 400 volts.
You're at 400 volts?
Yeah, so his belief is that it's really Brown thought that the voltage range was, the thing causing the thrust, but Charles's belief is that that's sort of a proxy for electric field strength. And there are obviously other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages. And so he's using 400 volts.
Yeah, but I can't. It's shocking. You're
1.5
getting
millinewton.
That's unbelievable. Man, I want to come over and hang out with you. Yeah.
I can introduce you guys.
Put your hands on it, do whatever you like. You're more than welcome.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah. I can't believe you're getting these results, and I can't get past the 400 volts either. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust?
Oh, you get more thrust, for sure. We like to stay 400 volts, 500 volts. We like to stay low if we can.
Okay. Yeah.
It's forever. We all average, we'll test up to 25 volts. We start worrying about breakdown when we get above that. Because these systems are getting much, much smaller. So we don't have access to the higher fields anymore. It's material properties that we have to deal with. But we like the 200 volts. It gets rid of other nuances like the corona wind or anything like that.
Right, yeah. All that stuff gets tossed out. And
Yeah, you're not even ionizing the air.
I mean,
in air at
it's
400
nothing.
volts.
I mean, it's nothing. That's why I was so shocked, because all those other effects drop out right as soon as you drop the voltage down that low, and you can get some cleaner data. Then that's, damn, this is really cool.
We're converting Bob on Townsend Brown. Well, thank you for this. Really appreciate it, man.
Good to meet you.
Meet you too. Take care, guys.
Take care. That's really fascinating.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's a little more than just wild.
I know, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's significant.
I think so.
It could really be significant. The thing is, the first thing I would point out, there's something wrong with your tests, but not in 1,500 tests.
No.
When you've gone through it that many times and have done it for this long, boy, and you've adjusted all the potential parameters and fallouts to
no, I can't. I know.
Yeah, you got to assume that the thing's working.
But you mentioned DC voltage in the craft, and that's also a Townsend Brown, that it's high DC.
Yeah, it's not just high DC voltage. I even mentioned it on Joe Rogan, that I think the material the craft is made from is an electric, and so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, an electric always has an electrostatic field to it.
Interesting.
And I think that's certainly something important.
Were there high climb rates to the voltage, likely? You know what I mean? Like really high climb, like fast, swinging up in voltage.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
It's so fascinating, because it's literally all the Townsend Brown stuff. It's like fast, high DC voltage.
Yeah,
like fast climb rates. Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that really applies to the craft more than I was giving it credit for.
I think it does, especially after your conversation with Dealer.
Yeah. I mean, now that's making me wonder. It could very well be, but again, because of the high voltage on the craft, and
it's DC.
Yeah,
so there's no
DC.
Magnetic field interference.
Yeah, right. Man,
we're making progress. Here.
It might have been so far past this already, but.
Well, the funny thing about Brown is he was looking for a power source that was nuclear for like the rest of his career.
Oh,
he figured out the electrogravitic, and then he called it the flame jet.
Well, and that would have been the guy to have there other than me.
Well, I mean, you and him. I just
no, you don't
get
need
walk
me.
off set. No, you and him would be.
I just get in the way. But yeah, he'd be the guy to have there.
And you were given some theories, like there being two gravities, gravity A, gravity B. Was that in the briefing documents, or was this told to you?
Actually, I think that was part of what Barry had other lab notes, and I don't know if those were previous documents that he had, but there were lab notes, and this was the direction they were going in at one time. There are two specific different types of gravity, gravity A and gravity B. Gravity A works on a smaller micro scale, while gravity B works on a larger macro scale. Gravity A is what is currently being labeled as the strong nuclear force in mainstream physics, and gravity A is the waves that you need to access and amplify to enable you to cause space-time distortion for interstellar travel.
Gravity B is like cosmological scale, and gravity A is like subatomic scale.
Apparently.
Which it is really interesting, because I remember your like kind of OG science tutorial. We were texting about it.
Yeah, the excerpts from the government Bible,
yeah.
The original tape that you did.
And it's amazing. So it sounds like the kind of gravity A is like basically the perimeter
of the atom, or what you're dealing with. But again, I'm just repeating stuff that I was told. It's not like I conducted an experiment to verify that. So,
but it is almost a solution to what has been keeping physics stuck for so long.
Yeah, possibly.
Quantum gravity.
Right, possibly. Possibly, if in fact that's gravity.
Have you ever talked about this? But gravity-like fields, and I want to give this to you because you can make sense of it more than me. And we were talking about this last time. This is this guy, Burkhard Heim. Have you ever heard that name?
I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about it.
So he, at the age of 19, became deaf and blind due to an explosion. And he was a German, and he ended up moving over to the U.S. and working for Lockheed Martin in the 50s and was renowned as just a total genius. And he had a really interesting theory of gravity, which involved, I guess, two gravitational fields and like some of these like subcomponents of gravity. I wrote this down because it's honestly beyond my pay grade. Gravity breaks down big and small scale. So it could be gravity A and gravity B. Specifically, standard gravity, G, is the tensor summation of three gravitational components. GG, which G, big G, little g, which is scalar gravity propagated by the graviton. G
by the graviton, so he's going with graviton.
For that. GGP, dark energy / matter propagated by the gravitophoton. And GQ, vacuum field, a repulsive force propagated by the quintessence particle. So in addition to the standard four forces, gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear, and weak nuclear, EHT, which is extended Heim theory, which is named after him, adds two previously unrecognized gravitational forces, which brings us to 6 fundamental forces.
Wow.
And what I find interesting about that is there's Amy Eskridge is this anti-gravity researcher who actually died under very mysterious circumstances, and she apparently was at the end of her life kept talking about a 6th force. That was
a 6th force.
6th force, yeah.
6th force of anti-gravity. That's what my group has a mathematical equation to physically describe. We have 6th force on lockdown.
And so I wonder about, this book and these two guys in Germany who are very high conviction in this extended Heim.
I'd like to read it.
What's yours?
Oh, that's really.
Isn't it interesting?
I'm also on that. I think it was not gravity. I don't think it is. I don't think it's gravity.
Yeah,
It's
something
it's
else.
something else. Yeah.
Something else going on. Yeah. Because if it were gravity well that you normally see, it's a little black hole, a little gravitational source. You just see everything getting sucked into it, no matter what.
Other things would have acted differently too.
Yeah, light lensing and yeah.
Yeah, so it
almost feels like
it almost has to be. It almost has to be.
It's almost like it had root access to reality itself, like it froze time.
Yeah, but if it froze time, how come the photons are still coming out of it? You see a glowing candle, it should be dark.
Can it freeze time in some local space?
But still,
confine it.
Still, the photons are flying out.
Yeah.
Or maybe, and if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, how come it made the black little ball? So
where do you think? Would you have a best candidate for what it is?
No.
There is.
No, that's why I think. I mean, I lean towards this is another force. And just stop calling it gravity. But
do you think it's
like
what
Barry said? The only thing we know that does this is gravity, so we're calling it a gravity generator. Okay.
And it's being created ostensibly due to this proton bombardment of element 115, and then you get 116, and then you get a decay, and then
if in fact all that's true.
Yes. Yeah. So interesting.
I mean, don't forget that in the film we did not include the mechanical watch experiment that was also conducted in the lab. So there was the candle, the black ball, and the mechanical watch. We didn't put it in there just because we wanted to shorten the film. But there was another experiment, Bob. Remember, there was like a mechanical watch that just stopped.
Yeah.
I mean,
Whoa.
that's another indicator where Bob said,
Just like it's kind of similar to the candle. It just stopped, but I can still see it.
Yeah.
Like it's freezing.
It's not. It's freezing movement, but not affecting anything else. There's nothing that just freezes the movement.
No, it doesn't. But that is really, time is so weird because we
It's
only
something that inhibits kinetic energy,
right,
which would be really weird.
Well, it's so weird, especially given all of the forms of possible kinetic energy. You're talking about a watch, a mechanical watch. So it's so strange. while you were there, did you tell anybody what you were working on? You know, your wife at the time.
No,
Anybody?
Gene,
You told Gene, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told John Lear.
And you even brought them to.
Yeah,
see,
oh yeah, to see the test. Yeah,
to
because
see
I
the
had the
test.
test flight schedule.
Yeah.
So I know it's on Wednesday night. Yeah, we're going out there and you guys are gonna see it.
This is John Lear, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Groom Lake, Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here, I have my Celestron scope. It's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that in fact it was a disc.
There isn't much to see with the camera back in that day.
That was while you were working at S4. You showed them, or was it afterwards?
That was, boy, that's a tough question. That was while I was working there.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you saw the UFO with Gene Huff and John Lear, and you kind of, took them, what was it, to the little mesa? Was it mesa? Or?
No, it was right outside. It was,
Yeah.
before you get to the black mailbox. The reason anybody knew about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was that we turned down. When you come up the highway, it's the first dirt road you go down, but there's no landmarks around there. And if you keep going like another mile or two, there's a black mailbox. So I just said, it's around the black mailbox.
Yeah.
And that just got repeated, and everybody thought
It's the black
the
mailbox.
black mailbox road is where it is. It's not anywhere near where it is.
When all you guys went up there and you saw the UFO fly, and I'm sure they were just totally shocked, were you allowed back at S4 after that?
Yeah, the first time they didn't know we were out there.
Oh, they didn't know.
Yeah, we only got caught the last time.
Okay. So they get, and then
No,
after,
they would never have let me back.
so after the last time you went like back there.
Right.
That was it.
That was absolutely it. Yeah.
You were finished.
No,
after
they're
that.
not gonna. Come on,
Yeah. Why did you decide to come out and approach?
I don't know, because I was still getting followed. There was always somebody parked outside my house, and I was starting to get scared. And I think that's when I first started telling Gene. I said, hey, if all of a sudden they disappear, I'm working out at the site there. And eventually I told him, he said, why, are you working on secret weapons or something? I said, no, I'm working on this. And, kind of told him, but I don't know, I'm just getting concerned about what's going on.
Why do you think they were following you?
I don't know. It might just be normal security.
Did you take anything from the lab?
Well, not at that time.
Okay. Okay, later. But that's interesting that they were, we'll file that away. But it's interesting that they were following you as if you had done something wrong when you were just showing up to work.
No, but I mean, they were still doing, they allowed me in there and they were still progressing on my clearance. They were still going through background checks, but they really wanted me on site operating quickly. And they kind of let that slide because I've had clearance before. So, but they were looking at some other things too.
Got it. About you personally.
About my relationship.
Okay. Got it. And then they were digging into that? That's kind of...
Yeah, you have to have a stable family background if you're going to be, playing around with state secrets and stuff like that. So
Sure.
They don't want you being crazy. They don't want you drinking. They're going to be checking out, how you play with friends. If you were going to rages, they want to make sure, your wife isn't running around, and they don't want any stress or anything to.
But then at that point, you see these black cars parked outside your house. Why isn't your reaction, okay, I'm just going to kind of eat it? Like they're going to give me like a colonoscopy as far as literally knowing 360 everything about my life, but I'll be able to retain my job at S4. Or do you get scared and you're like, I gotta I got to come out.
I guess it's I don't really remember how I felt back then, but I was just getting a little concerned.
Yeah. And
I think it couldn't hurt to at least tell one person, you know. So,
did you want, because John Lear gave the files on you to George Knapp, right? At KLAS, is that how it went down?
Gave the files.
Or gave the, like, said, like, you know, hey.
Yeah, I mean, John Lear is the one that contacted George Knapp and said, you should speak to this guy.
Okay, so he played kind of intermediary. Was he going rogue on his own, or did you say, hey, can you contact, you know, George or somebody in the local news to help me get this stuff out?
No, I mean, at that, well, things were starting to get weird, and I don't really remember how that went down, but I think, you know, George said, look, you gotta get the information out publicly, because that's the only thing that'll protect yourself. I said, that's really stupid. I'm not gonna do that. And you know, it was just a couple days later on, well, maybe it's not that stupid.
Hmm. And do you think it was self-protection or idealism? Was a part of you like, this needs to be out, this is crazy,
Oh yeah,
the government's hiding? Yeah.
But it was an equal part of self-protection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, fair enough. Lear is somebody I think a lot of people have questions about, because he
had crazy beliefs. You know, I mean, some of the stuff was so ridiculous. You know, I would sit there and just talk to him and go, you are absolutely out of your mind if you believe.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't believe the sun was hot. And
yeah.
He said there are people living in the sun. There's no one living in the sun, John. And said, yeah, they built the moon on Jupiter, and that's where they manufactured it, and they put it into Earth's orbit. What is giving you these ridiculous, why are you believing this nonsense?
Yeah.
And
how'd you meet him?
Gene Huff was a real estate appraiser, and at the time, John was looking to get a loan on his house, and he had been on, George Knapp had a show on the record, like After the News, and John Lear had been on there back when he wasn't so, well, I wasn't going to say he wasn't so crazy, but didn't have such crazy ideas. You know, I mean, he was, he was an accomplished pilot, a brilliant guy, and he had, you know, tons of files and had lots of great contacts. The only problem with John was he had no bullshit filter.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have a 4-star general tell him something, and he'll write it and put it in a file, and he'll have some derelict that's walking by his house and go, I know Jello thinks, and he'll go, all right, and he'll put him in the same file, and they have the same level of credibility, going, what are you talking about, you know? So he drove me crazy because of that. But he did, you know, earlier on, he was, you know, less exotic with his theories, and, you know, spoken to George Knapp. I had seen it on TV, so had Gene Huff, and anyway, he wound up doing the appraisal on his house, and I went with Gene to, you know, help him measure it, and, you know, kind of got talking to John, and that's how we met.
He's such an odd character because his father created the first business airliner in the U.S. Learjet.
Yeah,
Phil Lear, aviation.
Yeah, Phil Lear invented the autopilot, invented the 8-track tape. I mean, he's
radio direction finder.
Yeah. He was quite a guy.
He was, and so
he had a problem with John too. I mean, John was eliminated from, you know, his will, and John showed me his will. You know, every paragraph said, except. You know, everybody gets this stuff except John Olson Lear, except John Olson Lear. I mean, he was so angry at his kids.
Yeah.
Completely removed it from the will.
Maybe apple fell far from the tree, like, you know, as far as you know, aviation engineering prowess or something. But John Lear won all sorts of records as a pilot. He was a very impressive pilot.
Oh yeah, credit is due where credit is due. I mean, he had all kinds of world records, and it's just his filter.
John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job at Area 51S4. Like I think he had a UFO blog. So do you think why do you think it didn't come up? in a background check that you were friends with this
Oh,
guy.
it did.
Oh,
They
it
asked-
did.
They actually asked me about
Oh, they
it
asked
there
you
like the
about it.
first day.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, what's your relationship with John Wick? In fact, that might have been the first question.
Really?
Yeah, at EGP when I sat down. That yeah, the first thing I mentioned.
And what did you say?
I said, he's a crazy friend.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what else, but I just, told him some stuff. Yeah. Met him and
yeah,
it's fascinating. And I mean, Johnny was doing the craziest stuff. Back then he flew L-1011, which is a big jet. 400 people on it or something like that. And occasionally he'd call and just be like Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis? Okay. All right, meet me down at the airport. Wear a suit and come on. So he'd be a pilot and pilot of the craft, and I'd come on. He'd just come on the tarmac, and walk up to the plane, and he'd tell the co-pilot and engineer, "Hey, this guy's from the FAA, so he's just going to be observing us." And so I take the jump seat behind the pilot. I just fly with John.
Did you talk to the UFO stuff about?
No, he didn't talk to me about him. But
Okay.
He spoke about them.
Did he ever?
Yeah, I mean, he used to tell me there are aliens living in the mountains alongside. I think it's I-95 or something.
Right.
Highway. But yeah, there's a billion of them in there. And,
So crazy. Did he ever show you anything Billy Myers related?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I think when I described the craft to him and drew it, I think he brought out
The
Billy
Billy
Meyer
Myers
books,
tapes.
and he said, "I think that's where I first. In fact, it is. That's where I first saw it."
So we showed him the Billy Myers tape.
I said, "Yes, that's not like the craft. That's
Yeah.
the craft."
That's so interesting. So yeah, he kind of helped you piece it together. Did he? Was he still affiliated with? Because he was a CIA cargo pilot until 1983. I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Did he continue flying for them after that, or did he disappear? Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, because he's an interesting character to me because it seems like he has crazy access to Area 51. Like he's like snooping around and taking photos of like F-117s. He even leaks the details of the F-117 to George Knapp, but then he still like knows all the security guards there. So I'm like, what's his deal?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I had been out at but before the S4 thing, out in the desert in the middle of the night with binoculars and stuff, trying outside Tonopah.
Yeah.
Trying to get pictures of any new aircraft that's flying around. 'Cause, I mean, he was obviously a big aviation buff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was into that too. Sometimes I just go out and watch, fighters taking off from Nellis Air Force Base. You could get right up to the fence there, and so it was. He was definitely into snooping around and seeing whatever he could find out.
I mentioned Jacques Vallée earlier. You met him, right?
Yeah, I met him, and we spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie with him, and then after hearing about me, they started talking about it. Maybe we'll do it on Bob instead, and he was super pissed off.
Really?
Yeah, and then from that point on, all of a sudden, everything Bob said was crazy.
Really?
Yeah. But initially it was.
Because he wrote a book called Messengers of Deception, and he writes about you, and he says, Balthazar seems to be very legit, but he also talks about this pine saw drink he drinks. This drink he drinks and the memory lapses it caused.
There's no memory.
There's no
lapse.
memory
That's
lapse.
a bunch of
Okay. So it was like this vitamin B shot that was like immunity related.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Again, it's, you're working with completely unknown material.
Yeah.
We don't know what. And apparently people had severe reactions.
Yeah.
To some of the stuff, just touching the craft. So, yeah. So
Yeah,
they had
yeah.
dealt with that before.
I feel like I can defend you on 99.9% of things, and then the one thing I have trouble with is the MIT thing. So that's the other thing circulating. Did you get your master's there, or you were sent there?
I was sent there
On a specific kind of program, isolated program.
Yeah,
and then
and I did a lot of auditing in both places.
And then on Caltech, for Caltech, what was that? So you were sent to MIT, and then Caltech was different.
Caltech was way before that.
Okay.
That was but
and now
I don't know. I guess if I really look through old paperwork and stuff, I can come up with things, but that's never been.
Yeah. And I think George Knapp found, some people who knew you. Yeah. One other question that people have is, why were you allowed to give him a tour of Los Alamos after, you blew the whistle on Area 51? Like, why wasn't there this nationwide directive at all of the national labs? Like, don't let this guy back.
Like, it was really nothing. I mean, we got on a Southwest flight, came out there, rented a car, drove up, and I still knew all the guards and stuff like that. So we came up, and it's like, Lazar, you're back. Yeah, just going in there to.
So you think it was just like a different time, and
you can't. Los Alamos is so much higher security now. I mean, it was so nonchalant back then, and we just rode right into the experimental areas. Came over here. I said, "George, this is my desk."
Were you surprised? Was it part of you nervous that there would be some red alert?
No, not at all.
You were like
zero concern.
You didn't worry that there was any sort of coordination between Area 51 and Los
Nobody
Alamos.
knew what was going on there. It was just, like I said, it was very lax atmosphere. In fact, a year or two after that, they were so concerned about that. I think they called it the Tiger Team, came in to test security there, and they failed so horribly that they just redid everything. And after that point, you forget it. You're not going in. But I still had keys and things.
Yeah.
It was not even a problem.
When did you start United Nuclear?
99, 2000.
Did you ever work with the government with United Nuclear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We supply them. They train Department of Homeland Security, FBI. I mean, we sell them stuff all the time, especially when they're training people to use radiation detection equipment. I mean, we'll give them or sell them, radioactive sources so they can go hide something in a warehouse and give the trainees a Geiger counter to go find it, And
did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability given your, late 80s experience at S4 Area 51 and they were just down to do contract work with you?
I don't know. But one hand doesn't know what the other is doing in the government.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mess.
Yeah. No, and it's
in fact, part of United Nuclear, when it was just beginning, some of the stuff we're selling was kind of questionable. This could potentially, be used for explosives or stuff like that. So went down to the FBI and reviewed everything with them. And they went, no, you can, that's cool. And went down to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. No, we're good, and the Postal Service, no, everything's good. All right, great, we're going to go selling it. And then, raided by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. They come in with a SWAT team with the machine. Woke my wife up out of bed with, an M16 pointed in her face.
Jesus Christ.
It's like, we checked with everybody. How you didn't check with us? So you guys talk. So one hand has no idea what the other's doing when it comes to the government.
Yeah, no, I believe that. Is there any part of you that thinks that they wanted you to come out and that they wanted some framework? To your point, it's maladaptive to have this completely shut out from like to have a STEM student who's talented and
Why go through the complicated? Why make it complicated and make me do it?
Right.
Do it yourself.
Put out the high-level framework and say,
this whole complicated scenario with this guy coming in and hope that he does something you want. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. No, I think that's good. There's this John Lear interview where, again, it's impossible to parse what the hell is going on with that guy.
Look, I've heard John Lear tell my story.
Yeah.
And it is so wrong. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, he inserts himself in there in a prominent position. You know, well, I got Bob, you know, to get the job to here at this, and then what are you talking? It's completely inaccurate.
Yeah. And he in this interview he says like, Admiral McClellan, who was a Navy admiral, came to me, and he was MJ level. You know, MJ obviously in the UFO lore would be like the elite, you know, kind of committee that governs this whole topic. Came to me and he said, "We got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide his." It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's saying like, no, he was there, he was at S4, he was working on this stuff. But we need to get Bob specifically because we know we can have.
As a society, we value being proactive. We put on sunscreen. Your teeth are no different. Pronamel Active Shield.
What the fuck, man? What is for Christ's sake?
Of plausible deniability because he'll never be able to find his MIT records.
It turns out that in K1, they had him in the club, and a guy named Admiral Mike McClellan. He wanted to get some of the information out because he didn't want to, he thought that some of this information would be out in the public. He don't need to keep all this secrecy. So he decided to try to figure out a way to get it to the public. So he knew that I was the bottom out, and I was telling you that I knew. They ended up getting Bob Lazar, and they knew that he was a genius. But that he had a background such that they could instantly discredit him.
And then I thought about that for a while, and I was like, what is this? And I couldn't even find an Admiral McClellan. And then
I've heard that name before. But
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I've definitely heard the name. It could have come from John Lear, but I don't know. I mean, the thing is, some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I mean, you know, I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently, and I mean, it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved, it was just impractical. But yeah, I mean, if you're talking about statements John Lear made, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's accurate and what's not.
Decoding the Voynich manuscript or something.
Yeah.
But no, he's a complicated guy. He so I think, and we talked about this a little last night. Maybe this is an interesting follow-up for this show. Is I think he might have been talking about a guy named Mike McConnell, who became NSA director later, but he was involved in some S4 Area 51 stuff related to Dan Barish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story, but it's you know, it has to be noted because it's one other guy who's mentioning S4, and so like Mike McConnell was kind of involved there. He was a Navy admiral at the time, so I think about that and like I wonder if Mike McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Dennis Mariani?
Yeah.
So you were trying to kind of get it a little bit?
Yeah.
What were your feelings towards him, kind of personally? Were you resentful, or were you? Yeah, how'd you feel towards him?
I get somewhat resentful. I don't know. It's it's hard to tap into how I felt back then.
Yeah.
Why do you think, and I know Luigi, you might have some theories here too, why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga? And then meet up with him at the casino, and then you're speaking to him, and Gene Huff is looking, and he's just not even like looking at you. Like, what is that about?
I don't know. I think Dennis really had something to say, and I don't know. I don't know if people from S4 got there and changed his mind. I don't know if he intentionally wanted me to go out there just to get me away from the house. I really don't know.
Because he got back to that.
Yeah, things were missing. Yeah.
Anything that's possible.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, so you know, I mean, I don't know. It's all guesswork. Yeah. I mean, when we sat down, even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective to that was he saw Bob walk up to the dentist, and it's an important part because I always think about the fact that Gene Huff was there, Joe was also there. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, we all had eyes on him. Yeah, and what Gene said was, well, you know, Bob Lazar walks up to this guy Dennis, this blonde, you know, military-looking guy, and Bob's talking to him. The guy's not even looking at him. And that caught Gene's attention. It's like, you know, Bob was making that up. What did he do? Just pick out a guy out of nowhere and starts talking. If the guy was a nobody, he would have turned around and go like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, he would have like stopped talking.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kept saying, Dennis, I'm here. You know, what do you want? What's going on? I don't remember my exact words, but he never even looked up at me, and I just walked over to Gene and said, I don't know what the deal is with Dennis. We both turned around and we were gone.
Yeah. So interesting. So I wonder, a part of me wonders if he himself wanted to come out after you or something. Or there was something
unfortunately, it's all speculative. Yeah. He could have wanted to come out. He might have been part of, well, let's get Bob out of the house. Yeah. There's 1,000, but there's no direction to go in.
I mean, that so striking from the documentaries. They put your gun was set up in your own car, and the doors were open in the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And then you walk.
Yeah, that happened more than once.
That's scary, man.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, and I mean, we would lock it and test the door, and because it had happened before, and go, all right, lock, check every single thing. Okay, Mario, lock. Okay, we go into the gym, we come back out, everything's going.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50%, I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there or a bomb. I mean, we were even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, you know, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or somebody wired it up. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with it.
And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time, and it's hard to track. He also kept saying it's really hard to like express what that story was, because I was with, he said, I was with Bob all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says, I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob, stay out and I'll try it, and he would start the car. Because he was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. But you could sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, you know, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. It's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and you know, why are they doing this? So clearly, you think something that could go wrong. So they're, whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to those guys, to these guys.
Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, you know, they talk about the UFO legacy program. Sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mafia that exists outside of the state? Did you get the sense? And obviously, you're, you know, going back and forth from Vegas. Vegas is a hotspot for that sort of thing. Do you ever get that sense?
Not that it was the mob per se,
Yeah.
but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah. They were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own cabal.
You kind of get that vibe. Like even, I feel like John Lear was like he had, you know, there's a picture with him and G. Gordon Liddy. You know who that is? It's like,
Yeah, I know the name. I don't remember who it is.
he's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved with Watergate and stuff. And you get the sense that that whole world, like the people, the Mormons who were around Howard Hughes, and there's a lot of mob, you know, there's a lot of mob activity there, and it was like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government official calling that and then being like, "Fuck off." It's the vibe.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay introduced Lindsay to CIBC Investors Edge. Lindsay learned so much about stocks and trading that she showed Bowen. And with CIBC Investors Edge, Bowen learned how to buy the dip. And we don't get numbers. Be in the know. Invest confidently with CIBC Investors Edge.
Color Strong by Clairol, our breakthrough bonding system helps reinforce hair structure and is so neat.
I'm currently riding the 2022 C-Force 500. I had done a lot of research into the different products that were out there. I have been thoroughly impressed with the amount of use that I put this machine through. It just takes it, keeps on going.
We're doing our thing.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 100%.
Yeah. I know you've also, because, you know, you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you bumped into things, people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, you know, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved and they're in charge of anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody who's trying to keep a secret to have ties with let's say, the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going too rogue, well, you could basically scare that person and say, well, you know, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after their marriage, and like it's awful. Like, that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
no, which is really if you want to enforce something like that, that's the way to do it. Which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where it's just they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky stuff. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like,
Yeah, I started looking into it.
isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says
And it's so widespread.
it's widespread, and here's what's crazy: he's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein is. This is at the end of his life, and he goes, "Why did you put Zorro Ranch where you put it?" And he goes, "Well, you know, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring, and so you know they were kind of aging out,
and I wanted to speak with them.
Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists. And you bought your coffee after Mexico, did you hear that? Yes, because the scientists were going to, they cut the funding for high energy physics.
And you're like, oh my God, how
Yeah.
lax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security? And then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of into the Clintons, and he was Secretary of Energy, and he's there, and he's systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed Pons back in the day, or whatever. And he's talking about Pons enforcement, where claiming to get cold results. And so it's like, what is Epstein dealing with cold fusion? And then he's hanging out at Harvard with the math department.
None of that makes any sense.
Weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by that ranch all the time. I lived really close to it when I lived in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And they always called it the Victoria's Secret Ranch because there were more
Really?
models there. Yeah, everyone knew that was the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
So you would drive by Epstein's ranch, and they would call it the Victoria's
Yeah, you
Secret
could
Ranch.
see, I mean, not right by it, but then you drive down like, up on the, yeah.
And you know why they called it that? Because he was close with Les Wexner, who was the CEO and founder
No, I didn't.
of Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Oh,
So you would drive by there, and they would call it that.
everybody called it that.
No way.
We drive up to Los Alamos to pick up alpha radiation probes that my company did, and we'd come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple times.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because like, it's also for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff. It's like, look at all this. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
That is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's, again, I'll say it, it's just, we're just talking about Epstein. It's one guy. It's one guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not.
It's not just one guy.
It's
Not at
just
all.
Yeah, it's just not, it's not.
I mean, he might have been the ringleader, but it's
There's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension or something.
yeah, she could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these.
Oh, he was?
Oh yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he
I mean, do you know that for a fact?
But yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact. And he has an old colleague of mine here, Weinstein.
The Casimir effect?
Yeah. So this old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, has this theory of everything in physics where it involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity. Beyond my pay grade, but I find it interesting. And Epstein somehow knew about his theory before just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby or something like science was his hobby and he just had money so he had the ability to connect to these?
I think you read his emails and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was like a low-level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving you this stuff? And then he's sort of like mining people for the info. And weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that, yeah. Which is true.
It is an atomic clock.
It's an atomic clock,
yeah. Vibrating cesium. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't know if that's what time is, but it's our perception.
Time is very weird. Yeah. Wouldn't you say, just from a pure physics perspective, it's an anomaly? It's strange. Yeah. Like it's the most used noun in the English language, but we can only define it with respect to the movement of macroscopic bodies or to oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not it's a thing that it's almost like fish in a fishbowl where the fish are trying to even describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it.
Yeah.
And then we're in time.
No, yeah, you have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside it. It's just the concept that makes us happy. Is what time is.
Do you think that there's something about time being weird that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there.
Yeah. Because if gravity's off.
Gigantic chunks that are missing from physics. And I think some people have access to that.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, I mean, the cosmic redshift, the other thing that this guy, Bert Hartheim, says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, you can literally just look it up. It's like, it's not one of the four fundamental forces, but it's just, the universe is playing.
Dark energy is really into.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And dark matter,
I'm
too.
not really buying either.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to.
It's a placeholder.
To justify gravity's
Yeah.
weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I mean, to me, that I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's why it just caught my attention.
Yeah.
Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity. It's right around the bend. There's a guy named George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS, Research for Institute for Advanced Study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb to basically beat gravity. Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowitz, who were famous physicists at the time from Princeton, were talking about gravitons. And they were like, we have a very clear theory of gravitons, and we know how to do this. And the two things that come up for gravity, there's a lot of smoke, but no fire, is the thing we just talked about with Bueller, extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to
But is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right.
And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
That there's another force, and it's not gravity.
And what is if you were to characterize that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity, clearly you'd have all these other byproduct effects, photons, and what does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can. I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can to simplify it, push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. It does some of the observations you would have with gravity would also overlap in this other force, but I think it's a unique force.
Have you ever measured this force?
All right, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
How would you measure?
Oh, no, there's no follow-up.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as the goal of your research, post the experience? Like, what do you want to do? Just duplicate anything. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You feel confident?
I'm 100%. I know it.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah. The thing is just to scale stuff up.
Okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, like, 200 years from now,
No one's gonna know who I am.
I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. Like, if there are these, there's a lineage of technology that is completely separate.
Come on, I'm going to be overwritten by people. Look, there's other Bob Lazars and things that are going to come on. Look what's happening with all the people that came out since then. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out. And
There are amazing people who've come out since you, first and foremost.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you just aren't going to look back to the 80s and think you're just going to focus on those guys.
Well, I would put it the invert. I would say if you have like an army of people coming out after you, the fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. I think
Well,
it's more likely to be forgotten if no one does that after you. Do you hope to vindicate your own experience through your own scientific?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do.
That's exciting.
That's cool. But I have no idea what other people are doing.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what not to do.
Yeah.
So we did it as more. So it's actually a big leap forward.
And you saw one hanging up against the wall? Like,
Yeah, it was sitting on the wall and it had, there's actually an error in the movie. It has one hole in the
Not
rim
two.
of it, not two. But yeah, there was just a hole with bent out, clearly bent out. That was a shot from the bottom.
Why do you think? Oh, it looked like it was shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think it was shot with like a kinetic weapon, mechanical
Yeah,
weapon?
No.
Wow. And do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
I know, it looks like something we would have done, stand it up, shoot through it, see how we can penetrate this environment.
Wow. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking them down or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project. It was
Direct energy.
Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost, is directive one. And directive two was be able to disable the system at a distance at any cost.
Do you think
so that's somewhat directed energy, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going with that.
I guess, had you heard of any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy, with electromagnetic? Okay.
I think the only thing I've heard prior to that was stories about the Roswell craft getting hit by lightning, crashing or something. I mean, that's the only.
Are there any of these stories, like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you lend credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash other than what I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working real hard to cover something up.
That's
true. The Roswell crash was not one crash. It was not in one place only.
It might have been around the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really think there was something that happened in the air, and there's like debris that was scattered all over Mac Brazel's ranch, and then there was the actual pod with beams that was crashed. I think it was like 2 miles away, where the hikers found it with the kids that were hiking, and so clearly it was two different places. And the bamboo, the pieces that looked like bamboo with the writing on it, that was at Mac Brazel with the memory metal, and then the pod. The only information we have of that is the bodies, and one of them was already being eaten by some animals.
No way.
Yeah, one of them, from what I remember reading, and at the time, one of them was obviously dead, and it was decaying. Like there was an animal, clearly an animal that got to it. Wow. So, but that was.
The only thing I remember about that was Jesse Marcel was the
officer,
right? And he said when they came to take pictures, or the pictures they took, he said that wasn't the stuff that we found.
Whoa. But General Randy.
Yeah, he said they replaced it with. He said that's not what we found.
Well,
that's the guy.
And there's that iconic photo, and it's him with this like tinfoily weather balloon thing.
Yeah.
He claims that the material was right off to the side of the frame. So,
That's.
And his son, who's an Air Force flight surgeon, said that he took the material home and he played with the material.
Yeah, on the kitchen table with his wife. Yeah.
And here's where stuff gets even crazy. In 1949, there is a contract between the Tell Memorial Institute and Wright Airfield, which turns into Wright Patterson, which is where the Roswell wreckage, was rumored to be taken. And it's like around alloys, like different titanium alloys, and this titanium nickel alloy. And nitinol, as you know,
is basically memory metal. And nitinol was classified, essentially, showed up in a Navy lab in the 60s.
Yeah.
And that's what Jesse Marcel describes the material as?
Yeah, because that's really indestructible stuff.
Yes.
And I remember him saying, we whack that for as hard as we could, you know, right? And it didn't matter that they tried to burn it, they tried to cut into it.
And it just goes back into its original shape. And I just actually interviewed.
Yeah, it's one of the, I mean, you can take that metal and flex it 1,000,000 times and it doesn't crack. That's what they use that in artificial hearts because it can keep flexing and it just doesn't wear.
It's wild. And then you have Philip Corso saying that he helped dole out a lot of this material and it made it into the civil sector because of his position. He was, you know, Pentagon's like, you know, foreign technology desk or whatever chief. And so you have this contract in 49. Nobody knew what nitinol was, and then in the 60s it appears in public randomly at a daily lab. It's interesting.
It's really interesting.
And I just interviewed a guy who was a witness actually of the Varginha crash in the 1990s, 1996 in Brazil. And he says the same thing. He says he held the material in his hands and he would kind of mess with it and it would go back into its original form. So, did you ever experience anything like that with material that would go back into its original form? Did you hear anything about that?
No, other than working with nitinol.
Yeah, but you did work with nitinol.
That's selling.
But you didn't work with it?
No.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything around that day?
No.
Did you hear anything about any other material?
No, that's material science. We're not allowed to do that stuff.
Oh, okay. So that was a whole other interesting. And you saw a photo or photos of an alien autopsy, right?
Yeah, if in fact that was true.
Do you think
that was part of the reason?
What did the photos look like?
I guess if you want to call it a gray, something small. It had a deep cut in the chest, and there was one single organ removed from the chest.
Was that kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that kind of, you know, gnarly, or were you like,
No, you know, at this point I'm going, what am I looking through?
Yeah.
You know, it was just kind of all glancing through, but
There were rumors that the program was going to maybe move to Indonesia or Southeast Asia when you were leaving.
No, they were anxious to move the project out of there completely. And you know, ideally, they said they would have loved to go out to the South Pacific, maybe Kwajalein Island or something, but they said the expenses would have been so great it's just impossible. But they just wanted to get away from hives. It's just too close to things.
If you had to guess, do you think that the program is completely out of Area 51 and in some foreign place now?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I think that moved way more.
Yeah. And you discovered element 115, right?
It wasn't discovered. It's something Barry and I were working on.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can't really say I discovered it.
Okay. Oh, I thought your contribution was that.
Our contribution.
Okay.
What I was doing.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah. But I can't say it was just me.
What
But it was the, God, what the hell was it that we were using? Oh, atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Yeah.
And you did that.
Yeah. I mean, we had the equipment to do. We also had something to do X-ray diffraction too.
Wow.
And yeah, Barry was much more familiar with the equipment. But
and you don't know the exact date of it?
No.
Did you know it at one point? When you discovered it?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
But you forgot the...
Yeah.
That would be... I know it would also be a Nobel Prize for me. It would be like, oh my God, you figured out like a new isotope for that.
But I had to be able to produce it.
Sure.
You know,
Right.
So yeah, I mean, but you know, the lab in Darmstadt, Germany produced, you know, a few atoms of 115. So I mean, they discovered 115.
Yes.
So I mean, they made it. You know, we recognized it.
Yeah.
So,
but if you,
I don't think it would help you because it's not like, you know, the way we try to synthesize, you know, new elements is, you know, taking ions and smashing them together and then whatever comes out. It's not like you can go, we're going to make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like, you know, it's the old smashing the Swiss watch. I guess it's kind of quick ball.
Well, look what came out.
You know, that's it.
If you possibly took a little bit home, though, could you do some of those techniques? You can't do it because you don't have.
I can't. Yeah, you need the equipment. I mean, you need the equipment, like, you know, accelerators. And that's.
So you don't have
it like that.
So you wouldn't have the stable isotope at home, or you do? Or maybe.
Well, I don't have it at my house.
Okay.
But that's what you're asking.
But didn't you at one point take it?
Yeah.
So that, but then.
Are we recording?
Yeah, but.
No. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then could you figure out the isotope? Theoretically, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could. All I'd have to do is have it again.
Okay. Oh, I see. That's a bummer. I hosted a debate between Eric Weinstein and Eric Davis. Eric Weinstein is a former colleague of mine who's a physicist, and then Eric Davis is this other guy in UFO world who focuses on exotic propulsion. Weinstein said that he was kind of exasperated. He was like, why are there no theoretical physicists on the program? But you talk about theoretical physicists on site.
Oh, for sure. I think they were exhausted by it. And I think they kept going over that road and never got anywhere. And they were looking for let's just do something out of left field and see what we come up with. So, no, I don't know. Again, that's what made me think this isn't gravity at all. This is a new force environment.
Yeah. And then, you know what I found interesting too is you said bismuth seemed to have come up. Like that was something.
There is something about bismuth.
We might be starting to notice a through line starting to emerge in this conversation, and it keeps leading back to the same place. To put it bluntly, Bob's work at S4 looks a whole lot like all of the documented knowledge we have on anti-gravity experiments done in the last 100 years. Now again, these claims don't lie in the realm of conventional proven science, but while there's no proverbial fire, there is a whole lot of smoke around them. I'm talking not only of the experiments of Tons and Brown, but of Eugene Pokletnov, Ming Li, and others. And one single element might tie all of these stories together. Bismuth. There's a reason why Bob Lazar kept hearing about it at S4. Here's why bismuth matters. We'll break down the science as clearly as we can. It starts with something called a K-factor. A K-factor, or dielectric constant, is simply a material's ability to store and discharge electric fields. Now, this has important implications for historical anti-gravity experiments. You see, the higher the K-factor, the more thrust or propulsion you see in Towns and Brown's capacitor experiments. Brown spent his career searching for high K materials that can amplify the effects he discovered. Bismuth is one of them, and it's often mentioned in the context of his anti-gravity work. There's even an interview from this guy, Lewis Whitten, who's at RIAS, which is Martin Corporation, pre-Lockheed merger, their anti-gravity outfit, where they were studying sort of the most exotic propulsion modalities. And he says in this interview with the American Institute of Physics, there's a guy named Townsend who claimed to have an isotope of bismuth that repelled instead of attracted. Material that works well for historical anti-gravity experiments comes up in the UFO reverse engineering program. Go figure. But it gets weirder. Bismuth and element 115, Moscovium, share the same number of valence electrons. Valence electrons are the electrons in the outermost shell of an atom. the ones that determine how an element bonds, reacts, and behaves chemically. Bismuth has 5. Moscovium, or element 115, has 5. They sit in the same column of the periodic table, group 15, which means they have essentially the same chemical personality, the same bonding geometry, the same family of crystal structures, the same tendency to form the layered compounds that produce the most exotic quantum behavior known to material science. Lazar described element 115 as the fuel source for the craft's propulsion system. Mind you, this was in 1989, before element 115 had ever been synthesized or named. When it finally was synthesized in 2003, it turned out to be nictinium, a group 15 element. The same chemical family, and this is basically the most electromagnetically bizarre stable element on Earth. That's either the most chemically literate lucky guess in history, or it isn't a guess at all. Now here's where the science gets genuinely strange. Bismuth is one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. Most high-K materials are passive. They sit there, holding charge, and do nothing else. Bismuth is different. It fights back. Expose bismuth to a magnetic field, and instead of being attracted the way iron pushes towards a magnet, it pushes away. This property is called diamagnetism, and bismuth has more of it than any other stable element on Earth. Not slightly more, dramatically, anomalously, inexplicably more. The reason lives in the atom itself. Every electron moves simultaneously. It orbits the nucleus like a planet around a star, and it spins on its own axis like a tiny top. In lighter elements, these two motions barely register each other, but bismuth is at the bottom of the periodic table at element 83, one of the heaviest stable elements that exists. And in super heavy elements, something extraordinary happens. The electrons in the outer shell move so fast that they enter what physicists call the relativistic regime. They travel at a meaningful fraction of the speed of light, and when something moves that fast, the universe starts to apply its rules. At those speeds, Einstein's physics takes over from
Playing screwed on 10 minutes. Hey, reduce the stress. 71% free.
Simply, simply ask.
Paying to park your car is one thing. Your paycheck? One thing bank fees weren't getting me anywhere fast. But with an account that costs me nothing and actually earns me something, my money's starting to move.
One consequence is that these screaming, hurling outer electrons generate a powerful magnetic field just from their own motion, and that magnetic field slams into their own spin. This is a process called spin-orbit coupling, and in bismuth, it's ferociously strong, so strong that bismuth's electrons become, in a sense, magnetically self-aware, generating an opposing field in response to anything applied to them from the outside. So that's why bismuth has anomalous diamagnetism. The electrons aren't just passive, they're pushing back.
The most amazing thing is leaning into it, putting all your force on that. Nothing moves at all. And when the reactor's off, you can easily slide.
This also makes bismuth a natural topological dopant, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, it induces what physicists call topologically protected quantum states. These are electron states so geometrically locked into the structure of the material that they can't be destroyed by disorder or impurities. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality itself. Element 115, with the same 5 outer electrons as bismuth, would have dramatically stronger relativistic effects, and it would theoretically be an even more powerful topological dopant, best hosted, physicists predict, in chalcogenide crystal structures, which happen to be the exact crystal family that bismuth-based topological insulators already prefer. Same color, same electron, the dial just turned up to a level we never engineered. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get from this exotic chemistry jargon to UFO propulsion, or a force that bends space-time? Well, here's where the chemistry ends, and something bigger begins. In Einstein's general relativity, energy and momentum in all forms, including the energy stored inside the relativistic electron, technically curves space-time. Every electron is, in the most literal physical sense, warping the fabric of the universe around it. Now, for ordinary matter, this effect is so incomprehensibly tiny, it effectively doesn't exist. But a small group of serious physicists began asking dangerous questions in the 1990s. What if, instead of spinning randomly in all directions, their gravitational effects canceling each other into noise, you could align them into a single coherent state, all pointing in the same direction, all pushing together? This was the life's work of Dr. Ning Li, a physicist who dared to dabble in antigravity. More specifically, she worked in gravitomagnetic theory. Li was a woman who eventually left her position at the University of Alabama Huntsville to work full-time at Redstone Arsenal on research so sensitive it effectively vanished from public view. And the chair of her department at University of Alabama Huntsville, Larry Smalley, was so high conviction in her work that he left with her. Before she died, Li proposed that in superconductors, materials where electrons surrender their individual identities and merge into a collective quantum state, the gravitomagnetic effect of those electrons, normally washed away by thermal chaos, would suddenly snap into alignment. They'd become coherent, directional. She was trying to build a gravity engine in a laboratory. Let's compare that with Bob Lazar's work on UFOs in the 80s. Years before Ning Li's work ever became public, Lazar described 3 cylindrical emitters at the base of a craft. The emitters at the base of Lazar's craft didn't produce thrust in the traditional sense. They didn't push against air or expel mass. They generated a directed alteration of the gravitational field itself. That the craft was then just all in, not propulsion, geometry. The craft didn't move through space. It literally bent space, and space carried it. Friction organized field-generating devices, producing a directional gravitational effect by aligning and focusing a force that normally cancels itself to zero, is structurally, almost precisely, what Ning Li was theorizing in a laboratory thousands of miles away, using completely different source material, arriving at exactly the same place years later.
Craft is in operation. There is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft.
And then there's the hull of the craft. Lazar said that he believed the craft's hull material was an electret, basically a material that permanently stores an electric field, the electrical equivalent of a permanent magnet.
I think the material the craft is made from is an electric. And so it's always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, an electric always has an electrostatic field to it. And I think that's certainly something important.
Again, bismuth titanate is one of the finest electric materials known, used in high-temperature sensor applications precisely because of its stability. Now, if you were designing a hull material for a craft that needed to interact with gravity wave emitters, maintain a permanent electric field, and respond to both electric and magnetic stimuli simultaneously, the material that checks every single box is bismuth ferrite. That's right, again with the bismuth. It's a material that is simultaneously ferroelectric and magnetic, where the two properties talk to each other, where you can control one with the other. No other readily available material sits at the intersection of diamagnetism, homological insulator behavior, high-K dielectrics, electric properties, and multi-ferrite simultaneously, but Bismuth does. And a theoretical, stable version of element 115 might do all of those things on steroids. Bismuth sits right at the edge of where relativistic electron behavior begins to dominate everything. By the time you get to Moscovium, you might have full-fledged space-time engineering. And then what's really interesting is Gary Nolan has this magnesium bismuth piece in his lab at Stanford. You'd need some sort of motive to, with in certain cases, heavier elements create isotope ratios that you just don't find. Or it doesn't make any sense. And then it also, the thing was found alongside an observed anomaly in the sky. And a crash, and it was in the 50s or 60s. One of which was literally a beach in Brazil, Ubatuba. And the similarity between Brown and Bueller's anti-gravity and Lazar's sports model don't stop there. Brown would use DC pulsing and kind of high climb rates of the voltage, so that the voltage there'd be a steep climb rate where it would increase very, very sharply. The microsizing waveguides per terahertz, you could have very high frequency, energy going into the crowd.
Yeah, there's something about bismuth, I think, that's undiscovered.
Yes.
And so much that we're unable to do because it's at the limit, of our technology.
Bismuth at S4. Bismuth in Townsend Brown's experiments. Bismuth's properties in Hingley's gravitomagnetic theory. Bismuth as an ideal hull material for a UFO exactly like the one Lazar described. Bismuth in the UFO samples that Stanford professor Gary Nolan is analyzing right now.
The population evidence now, and there's a population evidence admitting that these things are real. The data is real. Not what there's no conclusion.
Yes.
The data is real. There's so much more than there was 40 years ago. Yeah. I mean, all these guys are at the cutting edge. All my information is so old and probably outdated. So who knows how the craft operate now, or what kind of craft they're using, or if they're even manned. So I think everything I know is outdated. It's just interesting to look back on. I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid.
And do you feel like on the first Rogan episode, you had migraines? Do you feel like you suffer?
2 hours, but still not past. Hey, want to lower your internet bill?
But your anxiety levels are higher than they would be.
Yeah, I've had 5 heart attacks since I was on the Hope Rogan's, and my arteries are clear. It's all stress.
I'm sorry.
I just had shingles all through my face. It almost made me go blind again. Was from stress. It's it just wears you down over time.
I hope you know you're loved and appreciated, and you should be able to just zone out the world with where you're at in life right now and just enjoy the fruits of this.
That would be cool. I'm so hoping to be able to retire at some point where I don't have to deal with insane customers or I can't just sit at home and read books like this.
I think that time is very, very soon, and I think it's the best use of your brain power too, because I want to.
I'd actually like to get back into it.
That'd be amazing. Well, I'll send you interesting people.
Yeah, well,
I love it. Oh yeah. Be careful what you wish for. Well, Bob Luigi, this was a total honor. You should be so proud because I know you were into this stuff. I feel very lucky when people say like, "Oh, like you should feel vindicated." They'll say that to me. I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking?" Like, I got very lucky with the timing of like when I got into this stuff. But truly, I speak to you and I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like, there are people like yourself who've been into this stuff for decades in a totally thankless way. Like, not only thankless, but less than thankless, ostracized, exiled, laughed at constantly. And so, to anybody out there saying Luigi's cashing in on a movie or something, like, fuck off. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's poetic justice and karma that you made this movie, truly. So I want you to know that I appreciate that. Yeah, man. Did you ever think that we'd be here now? That like we'd be, on our podcast, watching you on Joe Rogan with Bob yesterday.
When you guys were talking, I was reading a message from my sister, Veronica, who's been. It's hard for me to see it that way because you can't imagine everything that happened. And for me to get it from her is like the biggest success because I put her in danger because of this. And I didn't know if it was going to work. I still don't know where it's going, but we just went for it, knowing that, all the past, there's a lot of negative associated to it. And I'm so proud of the team. I'm proud of Chris Matteau, that's like my right hand and all. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Chris. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Veronica. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Emily that was at the office taking care of everything. We all know who that is. It wouldn't exist for Vanessa to be doing all this minutia work online and finding all. We wouldn't have found the Ed Teller tape if it wasn't for Vanessa. And this was scary.
This project depleted your company to zero.
To zero. And we were attacked. Nobody knows this, but we were attacked ferociously for over a year and a half.
Yeah. And I know the full story, and we probably can't get too into the weeds, but I'll just say high level. There was some really crazy, scary fuckery that occurred with you on an institutional, like debanking level kind of thing, where it's like, what sort of power do these people have as far as the antibodies going against you?
Yeah, unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, stuff that all the if you say it sounds so crazy that you don't want to say it because people won't.
Yeah, they're like, give me a break, come on.
Yeah.
But have you experienced that your whole life? Have you experienced like little things?
Oh yeah.
But I didn't expect it to happen for Luigi.
Yeah.
Not coming from those people.
Yeah.
Getting, demanding Luigi, we want all of your communications with Bob Lazar. On a court document. On a court document. Yeah, we want. No one
Yeah. Have you ever gotten something like, sir, we can't accept your payment here? I'm like, what? Anything like that? It's a little weird.
What do you mean we can't?
Like something like that, something like there's something going on in the background of some routine thing you're trying to do. Go to a bank, you go to,
we don't want to deal.
We don't want to deal with you. And you're like, why?
Yeah, I mean that had a long time ago. A couple things like that happened decades ago.
Do you remember?
Nothing now. I don't remember specifically.
But people kind of messing.
But yeah, on an official level, you're radioactive. We don't want to deal with it.
It's tough, man. Well, you found the one gig you can get, which is selling this. Doing a lot of this crazy stuff, too. It's cool. Well, this has been such an honor. I really appreciate you both, and
it's always fun. It's always fun. It's always great.
Okay, so there are orange
reddish UFOs that have been flying around Area 51 since the 80s and 90s that wobble like they're on a wave at low altitude. The sports model UFO Bob worked on might use principles similar to documented anti-gravity research, and crafts of non-human origin are being recovered at the bottom of our oceans all over the world by the Navy. Bob Lazar will either be forgotten entirely by history, as he predicts, or as I predict, he'll be heralded as a canary in the coal mine, the forerunner in a stampede of revolutionary new science. Whether you believe or disbelieve his story, it should be treated as a puzzle, with very real truths underlying it, meant to be discovered by those who take the initiative. So if you think there's something to any of this, don't let up. As the first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong once cryptically said,
There are great ideas undiscovered. Breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
if you're still watching, you made it through all of the exotic UFO science. You're one of the first to hear about this. We just dropped a new limited merch collection. 2 tees, one off-white, one vintage black, plus hat. The design has a timeless retro future feel. You can wear it every day. If you've been watching the show lately, you've probably already seen me wearing it. This is a limited run, so when it's gone, it's gone. Head to AmericanAlchemyMerch.com to grab the Believe drop today. And while you're there, the Cowboy UFO tee is a fan favorite we always keep in stock, along with the Atomic Age design. Thank you all so much for following and supporting the show.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. Pro Enamel Active Shield actively strengthens the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Udemy offers certification prep for in-demand skills like project management, cybersecurity, and AWS. So you're staying current with what employers are actually looking for today. Stay competitive, get prepared, shop now.
November 2004, off the coast of Southern California, the radar operators on USS Princeton begin to see objects coming essentially from space.
They come up, I can see them as he's crossing in front of me. It starts to accelerate, gets right on my nose, and disappears.
This particular object was not following any of our rules. Like, what the is that? Like, we're seeing something for the first time. I don't know if it's a threat. We don't even know what it is.
We don't know what we don't know.
These unidentified flying phenomena or objects, I don't know what they are. We've established one thing, they exist.
Our pilots have been seeing these things for decades.
Their sightings go all the way back to the 40s and 50s and 60s.
We have a report of an unidentified aircraft south of the base that have been hovering in studies in Westchester, Dutchess, and Buncombe counties. Anything that enters an airspace that's not supposed to be there is a threat.
There's a lot of people who are very passionate about this issue, and they just want people to take it seriously, as they should.
The military and the government basically decided on a policy of shaming.
The witnesses were very afraid of being ridiculed.
They think you're look, it's what they figure you are. We needed to remove the stigma.
Republicans are just as curious as Democrats when it comes to these matters.
It used to be that the burden of proof was on the true believer. They saw something, prove it. Now the burden of proof has shifted to the government. Now they have to prove that they don't come from perhaps another universe beyond ours.
space, to fill the world with terror, to bring you unforgettable suspense. When you hear the term UFO, I think a lot of people think of little green men and Elvis on the mothership and tinfoil hats. Where did it come from? When in reality, what we're talking about are real objects that are being encountered over controlled U.S. airspace, in some cases very sensitive locations, performing in ways that, frankly, we can't understand.
Honestly, we have video footage of UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. More and more things that we can't identify. So we need to know what it is. That is necessary for national security.
Might this be from Russians, Chinese government, or another hostile nation, a non-state actor, or are these aircraft otherworldly? Are these beings from another galaxy or universe? These are questions that have to be answered. I think the best way to characterize it is we're vulnerable. It's a vulnerability, and that vulnerability could be exploited, could be massively exploited. So that has to be a national security concern. We've been looking at this topic for the last 70 years as a country. We have substantiated reports of UAP activity from at least World War II. We have received and analyzed between 1 and 2,000 reports that have come to us from all kinds of sources. You're not taught this in history class, but we had a phenomenal series of UFO sightings directly over the nation's capital in July 1952 on 2 successive weekends. The Air Force interest in this problem has been due to our feeling of an obligation to identify anything in the air that may have the possibility of threat or menace to the United States. Oh shit, where did that people want answers? And unfortunately, the Air Force chose to obfuscate. Our critics continually charge that the United States Air Force is withholding information from the general public. This is absolutely untrue. We are not hiding anything. We have nothing to hide. So in the early 1970s, the government concluded its investigation into UFOs. As a result of that, there was this quiet period. This point where the U.S. government had washed its hands of the topic. And that occurred for several decades, or at least that's what we were led to believe. In fact, in 2008, I was approached by a couple representatives from a little small obscure office somewhere in the Pentagon. That office was called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP. The individuals asked me if I would be part of an effort which literally looked at UFOs. ATIP was the deliberate and purposeful study of unidentified areas. People ask me, well, why you? And as it was explained to me, it was because of my background. I have a career counterintelligence special agent. Many of my assignments were overseas, initially in the Latin American hemisphere, and then later on, after September 11th, over in Afghanistan and the Middle East. I took an oath many years ago to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that's why I accepted the offer to join ATIP. I approached this job the same way I did every other job I ever had in intelligence. The exact same methodologies that we used to hunt terrorists, we were using to hunt UFOs. The sources of information that was collected was primarily through Department of Defense and military assets. Think of fighter aircraft and military eyewitnesses. We did not engage the public. These pilots are not only trained observers, but they are some of the best aircraft pilots on the planet, operating some of the most sophisticated weapon systems on the planet. When they're telling you that they are encountering something that they cannot describe,
that impacts our national security and our ability to respond to a perceived threat. And so when they are encountering these objects, we have to take their testimony seriously. Imagine something that has the ability to fly in space, underwater, and in our atmosphere at 13,000 miles an hour and change directions instantly. We fly the SR-71 at 3,200 miles an hour. If you wanted to take a right-hand turn, it would take you roughly half the state of Ohio to do it. And yet what we're seeing are objects that can do 90-degree turns instantly. And we're not talking about speeds of 3,200 miles an hour. They've been clocked at over 13,000. The question arises, how is that possible?
On the Armed Services Committee, the one thing I did become aware of that I was very concerned about is that members of our armed forces